Sri Bhagavan Uvacha At the end of the third chapter, the teacher honestly must have waited for a moment to see whether the student has generated any particular doubt in his mind. He was more than satisfied with the third chapter logic of it. All that he wanted to know at that time was to clear some rubbish that was there already in his mind in the past. What is it, that mighty, secret, dark, dreary power in man that compels him to compromise with his own knowledge and commit sins? Which was also expounded so beautifully that Arjuna has no doubts in his mind. He has accepted all that he has said so far. The student is not asking any doubts. Therefore, the teacher decides what should be the curriculum or the talk, what would be the subject to which the student must be given an exposure at this juncture of his study. The teacher decides and he starts. Imam vivasvate yogam. Imam yogam, this yoga that I am going to explain to you, the karma yoga that I have explained to you, imam yogam, avyayam, immutable, ever the same universal law of a universal art of living, which I had already expounded to you, this very same yoga, proktavanaham vivasvate, it is I who taught this art, this Veda, this yoga to Lord Sun. Lord Sun is the ideal person of selfless work, isn't it? Has he ever been late in coming? Early morning? You may complain. I don't know why the rascal has come so early today. Because you went to bed so late. The sun has come. But the sun comes every 24 hours, precisely by 6. It comes. And it never comes in the south or the north. It comes in the east. And he floods the world with his light and heat. He nurtures and nourishes all living beings, plant, animal and human. Think. It is immaterial to him whether you recognize him and applaud him and adore him or you curse him. It doesn't matter. Nowadays everybody, yesterday and today, they were cursing the sun. The very same stupid ones, 3 days ago they were complaining that this time the summer winter is again not going. Again has come, the winter has come, the cold, 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 cold. And the moment 2 days the sun has come, Swamiji, it's very hot. Oh, very hot. Next day, little breeze, very cold. It goes on. Man is like that. Ungrateful. Does he care? Whether you appreciate him or whether you kick him or condemn him, he does his job. And he is not doing it for himself. Every bit of it, what he is doing, is meant for others. Isn't it? And he is not glorifying. I am helping you all. You stupid ones, prostrate. No ego, no selfish desire. This art of right action, I taught the Lord's Son in the beginning. This great yoga, immutable yoga, because it's universal, it never changes. Other things may change in the world, but not these eternal laws. This great path I advise to Lord's Son. Vivaswan manave praha. Son gave that to Manu, the first wise man among the mankind. He taught him. Manu ikshvakave abhravid. And Manu it is, from Manu, that your forefather, hey Arjuna, Ikshvaku Vamsha, in your family, the most ancient one, he was taught or he learned it from Manu. And Manu got it from the Son. And Son got it from me. Say the university. Anybody whom you meet, you ask him, you are businessman? No. I'm a scientist. Oh, I see. Your qualification? Oh, I am a doctorate. I got a doctorate. Oh, next question of yours is, which university? And if you say that Sagar University, understood. In Sagar University, if you have got a doctorate, it means that you paid your fees all right, and therefore you got the certificate. But when you say that, no, it is from Boston, MIT, because the university is so famous that I know that the fellow knows the subject. Third-rate fellows will not pass there. You got it? And I was second in the university. Here really meaning quality. Is it not? In the same way, this great knowledge that I am now going to impart to you, or already imparted to you, the Karma Yoga that I expounded in this, my dear boy, this is what I taught to Lord's Son, the ideal disciple. It is he who taught Manu, and from Manu your forefather got it. And that is why all your family people who are thus serving the society, it is coming in that family as a tradition, as a culture. This is how this knowledge came. Arjuna forgot all that, what he has said, the significance of it. But he, being an intellectual man, he wanted to contradict Krishna. And therefore he says, Evam thus, parambara praptam. This knowledge that has been thus handed over from generation to generation. Imam Rajashayo Viduhu. It was very familiar with all Rajarshis, all spiritual kings. Why? Because it is Karma Yoga. So Kshatriyas, men of activity, Rajoguni, they learned this and they all lived this life and reached the highest state of perfection. And a king who, having ruled the kingdom sufficiently long, when he retires and keeps his son on the throne and then retires to the Himalayas and there learns from his teacher and spends his time in contemplation and then realizes the highest. Such masters are called Raja Rishi. Rishi, man of wisdom and knowledge, who was before an executive, who had lived the world, enjoyed all that money and power can bring to him. Woman and wine, dance and music he enjoyed, but he found they are not the thing that he wants in life, and therefore he rejected them. He tasted it, he was not satisfied, therefore he rejected and returned to the life of contemplation and meditation, and thus reached out to this high state of pure consciousness. Such masters are called Raja Rishi. Another, a Brahmin, a boy who is born to a father who is very sattvic and very religious from the very beginning, living in bare minimum. And the child from birth onwards was living in that atmosphere of devotion and prayers. Naturally, he takes it up. And such a Brahmin, when he grows up, he through study and contemplation reaches the highest state. He is called Brahma Rishi. This Brahma Rishi, when you hear, you know that that Rishi, that great saint, was born a Brahmin and lived in the Brahminical life. It is something like a son of a doctor becoming a doctor. No doubt he has gone through the university. He passed exams and became a doctor. It is not so much appreciated as an individual who is a carpenter's son. By his own effort, through scholarships that he has earned, he becomes a doctor. We appreciate him much more, don't we? He had no chance of study. The other, the boy from childhood onwards, he was playing with the father's stethoscope. He knows how the patients come and what the father does, the father's medical tricks. He has watched from childhood onwards. And if such a boy takes it to medicine, it is like a duck taking to waters. There's not very thing surprising about it. But an individual who is the son of a drunkard, who is a carpenter, who has nothing to do with medicine, and he studies it in spite of the confusions at home, the inconvenience in the home, and such an individual who is self-made, as it were, when he becomes a doctor, we appreciate him and his achievement much more than an individual who has been the son of a doctor, encouraged by the father. He had an easy life. Similarly, a Brahmin's child, born with sattvic quality, and quietly walked up and lived the spiritual life and realized, is also great, no doubt. But an individual like you and I, lived in the world of passions and lusts and greeds, and having lived there sufficiently long, his own discriminative power told him that these pleasures are not the thing that must be gained. I must get the bliss and the happiness in life. And therefore he leaves them all and goes to the teacher, and there he realizes that man is more appreciated than the Raja Rishi is appreciated more than Brahma Rishi. This art of action came down from generation to generation. Mainly it was practiced and given out to the Kshatriyas, and thus various Raja Rishis came out of it. That great yoga, which was so popular before, which had been handed down from generation to generation, father to son. That yoga, kalena mahata, in the great flood of time, as time rolled on, yogo nashtaparantapa. Hey Arjuna, scorcher of the enemies, a compliment to Arjuna. This yoga got lost. As many things get lost in the flood of time, because nothing is permanent in the world of Einsteinian world of time and space. So the old culture, where is Shakespeare now? In America, tell a student about Shakespeare, they'll say, what? Who shakes the spear? He doesn't know. See? Now Shakespeare is such a great artist, almost inhuman in his achievement. It's not known today. It's like this. Every great culture, where is the Greek culture now? Roman culture now? Egyptian culture? Macedonian culture? Are you not hearing the rumblings and breaking up of the ancient, most ancient Chinese culture today? Nothing is permanent. Similarly, this Mahayoga, in time, during the corroding effect of the flood of time, got lost. That is why, Arjuna, you came into this confusion. That is the idea. Or else your forefathers should have taught you. They are not taught. So too the Hindu vitality is all gone. Why? Yogo nashtaparanta. In thousands of years of flowing, for the last 1,500 years it was not being expressed properly, communicated to the people. Here you are, a generation of people who are ashamed to call themselves their own culture as theirs. Where did it come? They know nothing about it. When they start coming to know something, they are fascinated by the high ideals and the wonderful force contained in it. Thus, this yoga got lost. Sa evayam maya tedya. Sayeva, that very same yoga, which I first taught the son, and from the son came to Manu, from Manu to your own forefathers, that great yoga which was being practiced by all the kings in the past, or Rajarshis in the past. As a result of living it, they all opened up to the higher state of consciousness. That very same yoga, which as in the flood of time got lost, temporarily lost. Just as the moon now and then goes behind the cloud and the place becomes dark. But it's not permanent. As the cloud moves away, it emerges out again. Similarly, this yoga got lost in this society. Sayeva, that very same I am yoga, this yoga that I have now taught you. Maya yoga prokta sanatana, that ancient yoga, which temporarily went away from circulation, that very same yoga is that what I just now taught you, the karma yoga, the buddhi yoga. Why did you teach me then? Why did you choose me? Why me? Bhaktosi me sakha chedi. Why? Because I know your devotion and love for me. And I feel such a sakha, such a friendliness towards you. You have the necessary devotion for me. And I have the intellectual harmony with you, friendliness. Therefore, this rahasyam, this secret of life, uttama rahasyam, The greatest secret of life I have given to you. Secret doesn't mean that you should not give it out to anybody. Yoga is secret when you say, for about 1500 years in India, the Pandit class translated it, unfortunately, that this should not be given out to others. Why? It is a secret. Guru gave me a mantra, secret. I read the Gita, secret. Thus everything became secret, secret, secret means the Pandit class will not explain it to the public. Yet the public had reverence to the Pandit class. Though when the Pandit class found that anyway I am getting the prostrations, reverence, why should I study? They also stopped studying. Thus the Pandit, the Brahmin also doesn't know what is the scripture. The average man also doesn't know. Thus the whole country has become plunged into the smog of ignorance. This great secret doesn't mean that it should not be given out. What is the secret? May I tell you a secret? Yes, Swamiji. Do you know that I have got a nose on my face? Oh, what is the secret about it? We all know it. You understand? It is not a secret because you already know it. What is the name of my other wife? Not the Indian wife. The wife here in California. What is her name? Huh? Swamiji, are you married? What did you think? I am important or what? I am talking not of the Indian wife. I am talking the other wife in California. What is her name? Indian wife you may not know because it's so far away. But this California wife, I don't know. Why? It is a secret. Isn't it? Suppose I say that her name is Mary. Now the secret is gone. Everybody knows it. In every restaurant and every place, whenever they talk of Chinmayananda, you say that, do you know somebody is married? He told us from the platform. He told us Mary is her name in California. Where in California? I don't know. See why? It is no more a secret. So a secret is a secret until you know it. Now, the scriptural literature or yoga is considered secret only because with your own effort, with your body, mind and intellect, you can never understand, however great a genius you may be. Because the sense organs, the mind and intellect can only understand secrets of the world of objects, emotions and thoughts, the outer world. Never can you ever think that the very substratum of the universe, the ultimate reality is just behind your own mind. You will never detect it until some great master turns your nose towards it and say, here, see it. Bas! The secret is finished. The secret is no more a secret. Thus it is in this sense of the term, it is called a secret. You can never understand who is the girl whom I am married here in California. You will never know it because there is no chance for you to know, no data available. Even if you run after me all the time, because I never go to her. So don't waste your time after me to find out which is this Mary. You understand? There is no chance for you to know. It is a great secret. But the secret is no more a secret. Why? I have confessed, I have told you. I have communicated that secret to you. You have grasped it. The secret is no more a secret. In the same way, this great secret of the art of action, which I have now expounded, I have given it to you only because You have got devotion towards me, you love me, and I feel a great friendliness to you, and therefore there appears to be a complete harmony between us. Therefore I reveal to you this great secret. Arjuna will not accept all these. There is a logical absurdity when Krishna says that I taught Lord Son. Huh? When you are bluffing, you must have some similitude of reality. You can't bluff like that. I'm not a mad crack or an idiot. What do you think, Krishna? And therefore he says, Arjuna Vaja.
Arjuna Uvacha Aparam Bhavato Janma Param Janma Vivasvataha Kathametad Vijaniyam Tvamadau Proktavaniti
So Arjuna is asking the question, catching Krishna by the shoulders. Don't say by the collar, because he was not wearing anything. By the shoulders. And he is asking, Aparam Bhavato Janma. Your life, you were born much later, recently. Maybe 80 years ago you were born. Param Brahma, Param Janma Vivasvataha. The sun was long before. The sun was before earth came. The sun and the moon and the stars are necessary for the life to have in this world, and therefore it was much earlier. So millions and trillions of years earlier was the sun born, and you are, my own lifetime, 80, 85 years old, because Krishna was at this time 85 years old, in the Gita time. But in those days, people lived up to 120. So 85 means young. Middle age. That is all. Now, how am I to understand that? Kathametad vijaniyam. How am I to understand when you stupidly tell me, Tvamadau proktavaniti, that you had taught him? How can an individual who is much later in life born teach an individual which was prior to him? How is it possible? Think. You came much later. The son was doing his job as he is now doing. And you can't claim that I taught him the art of karma yoga and that is why he is doing this job so beautifully. You can't say that he has been doing it all the time. You came only recently, 80 years ago. You mean to say you taught him this art of karma, art of doing the job well? How am I to understand your words? Meaning, it is impossible. You are unnecessarily bluffing, and your bluff is not acceptable because it is not an intelligent bluff. If it is an intelligent bluff, I would have accepted it temporarily. You don't know how to tell a lie. Because when you tell a lie, immediately nobody should understand. After some time, let them understand. See, you are telling me such an obvious stupidity. The sun was there for millions of years, and you came only recently, and you say that I taught Lord Sun. How is it? How am I to understand it? Katham vijaniyam. How am I to understand it? That you taught Vivasva, the sun, this great secret or secret of the art of living. So Arjuna's doubt was that the sun was there for a time, the beginning of time, because sun is a measurement of time, And you are just a youngster who is just now, much later you are born. Sun was very prior to it. How am I to understand what you are talking? That you taught something or the Karma Yoga to the Lord Sun. How am I to understand it? Krishna answers. Sri Bhagavan Vacha
Bahuni me vyatitani Janmani tava charjuna Tanyaham veda sarvani Natvam vetha parantapa
So Bhagavan started answering, Lord Krishna started answering this question of the student. He says, Bahuni me vititani. Don't you think that all of a sudden you and I became a human being? Even if you don't accept the scriptural declaration, even your own biology, read evolution, Darwin's theory. Life started as unicellular organisms. And if you read that book, you'll find that millions and trillions of years from one chapter to another, and a few million years from paragraph to paragraph. The evolution took place in many, many centuries, millenniums. It's not all of a sudden you all came into this world. It cannot be. All of us had many, many times came into this world and disappeared. Came again, just as the waves in the sea, bubbles in waters. The body changes, but the mind and intellect, you the individual who is occupying this physical body, and through this body I am today harvesting my experiences, physical, mental and intellectual, according to my past needs and demands, tendencies. To exhaust them, I have come into this body, in this environment. Just as you have got a long list of shopping, will you not then go to the market? And in the market or in the supermarket, wherever it is, according to the list, your needs and demands, will you not present yourself from one shop to another where things are available? Which things? Things that you desire to have. Is it not? If you want textile things, ready-made clothes, you don't go to a restaurant and demand. Because in the restaurant I cannot fulfill that desire of mine. Is it not? So my demand in my list determines what shop I must enter in order to fulfill my desire, my need, my demand, my want. When I have satisfied with it, I come out of that shop. And where will I go? I go to the next shop where the list, according to the list, the next item is to fulfill it. Will it not? You have a set of demands from the past, tendencies. To exhaust this tendency and realize my true nature, I have taken this particular physical form in this present environment. All of you have the desire to know the Bhagavad Gita, and therefore from various parts of the country you have reached this place, Krishnalaya. Why did you come here? Why is it others have not come? Your own cousins, your own brothers, your own parents, all your own children. They say, this is your madness, and I don't want it, isn't it? Is it not every one of us, every moment of our life is being moving in the direction in which you can fulfill your desire? The heavy traffic on the road. Sit back and think. Everyone is going very busy. Where are they going? Are they not each going to fulfill their immediate desire? The drunkard goes to the drinking booth. The hungry one goes to a restaurant. When you are sick, you go to the hospital. You wanted to hear Gita. That desire was in you, which brought you here. Though you and I say that I came because I decided to come. Why did you decide this? Because I wanted to hear this. Why did you want to desire this? How did you desire to hear this? I had a tendency, a silent need felt in my mind that I want to know something of life, something of this great scripture, isn't it? If you are not interested in it, but you are interested in dancing or rock and roll or whatever it is, you will not be here. You will be there where you can fulfill the desire. Now in one life, you can never fulfill all your desires, all your demands. When the next set of immediate matured vasana or tendency rises in you, which cannot be fulfilled in this body, maybe it is too old, or in this environment, you seek a new environment. How is it that you Indians are all here in America? You were born in India. You were educated in India. India government has spent a lot of money in each one of you. And how is it that you are here? Is there anybody whipped you out of India? Is it not your free will that you came? Why? That was not the environment that you demand. You demanded a different environment. Easy life, more money, comfortable living, longer car, local wife. I mean, these are the demands. Therefore, these cannot be satisfied there. You came here. Think. So too everyone. Why did I come to you here? I had this tendency of sharing my knowledge with you, and therefore I came here. You came here because you wanted this knowledge. You came here. Every individual, every moment is going forward, searching and seeking that environment which is conducive to fulfill your immediate demand. Bahuni me vyatitani, every one of you, not only I, but you too. That today is our progress, our intellectual ability, emotional capacity, and physical efficiency is not accidental. That yesterday you are a monkey or a ape man and today you became a human being. No. Many, many lives. Vyatitani you have spent. Bahuni me vyatitani. Many, many lives I have lived. Tavacha Arjuna, you also Arjuna. It is what you are today is the product of many, many lives of progress. Now you may demand, we don't believe in reincarnation. It's only Hindus believe. You are right. We don't believe it. Doesn't matter. Hinduism, the idea of reincarnation is not a cardinal principle of our philosophy. There are very many in Hindus also who doesn't believe it. It's not necessary. But if an intelligent student holds the teacher at ransom and asks a pertinent logical question, if the whole world has come from God, and your God is according to you, because I have no experience, according to you and the scriptures, He is perfect. All love, all kindness, all mercy, all goodness. Out of that, Lord, if this world has emerged out, if out of gold ornaments are made, all pieces of ornaments must be gold. It can't be silver or copper. The effects are nothing but the cause itself in different forms. Out of clay you make any number of vessels or pots of different names and shapes, of different hues, but all of them are, in essence, nothing but clay. Out of that perfect Lord, when the world has emerged out, and this is a common thing in all scriptures, if a student comes up and asks, where did this evil come from, sir? What answer can you give? It is an explanation, most satisfactory, rational explanation, which will satisfy any subtle thinker. That theory is called the theory of reincarnation. That you and I are not an accidental product of suddenly becoming a human being. You have grown into a stage where you can experience the vasanas in you only in this physical body. Therefore you are the human body. Why is it that you are not a water buffalo, a donkey, a cat, a rat? Oh, accidental, Swamiji, it's accidental. Lord gave me. You mean to say Lord has no rhyme or reason? He is an illogical guy? Is he a partial entity? Think that he gave you and I an intelligent, healthy body, while to a donkey or to a cat or rat, the poor animal's body. Is it that he is distributed as he liked? Is he not the universal law? Everything is scientifically being prescribed, going on. How is it that here only, in building their roof and crown of things, the human beings, it's all accidental? No accident ever happens in the universe. What we call as an accident is only where we cannot put our finger exactly, the cause for an effect. We say it is an accident. Everything is going on rhythmically according to their rules. Law of cause and effect. So where did the evil come from? How will you explain to that intelligent, smart, bright boy, sincerely asking you a valid question in his pursuit of spirituality? In case you don't accept the reincarnation theory, you will have to suppose that there is a devil and the devil is troubling you. And what is my God doing? God can do nothing. How can there be two presidents in America? If there are two presidents, it is two different kingdoms, isn't it? Two kings in the same kingdom. No, it is not satisfactory explanation. Then how is it that the evil? You and I are the product of our past. Let me give you an analogy which will clarify in your mind the entire theory. When the clouds burst and the rains come down, all of you know that the rainwater is distilled water. Because it is by the heat of the sun, the waters have evaporated and those became clouds, and from the clouds when the water comes down, it is distilled water. This distilled water falls on the top of the mountains. Under gravitation, it flows down. First as rivulets, and rivulets mixed together become a river, and the river, total river, is flowing to the sea. Is it not? Now take samples of water from every river. Analyze it. Don't you think that one river contains iron, another contains calcium, another contains, mica? Isn't it every river has got their various things? Where did all these things come from? It came down as distilled water. Today in the river, there are other things held in suspense. Where did all this come from? The river waters, as it is flowing, it gathered to itself from the strata or from the avenue through which it came. Some rivers must have come, in India it is true, where there are marble mountains and therefore calcium in it. Ganges and Jamuna, they are coming from places where mica is there, therefore the mica is shining in the waters. Each river has got its own properties. Each sample of water from the river. Pure water is the beginning. As it is flowing down, it gathers to itself. But whatever that be in the river, in the waters, it is not a chemical compound. All of them are held in suspension in water, mixtures. Pure water cannot be contaminated. The contamination in it is only a mixture. In case that sample of water, you boil and cool it down, by distillation you get again the same sample of water, the distilled water, as it came from the clouds. Is it not? You and I are coming from Him. Perfect. But as we came, many, many lives, each one of us came from different avenues of experiences. As we are coming, we have gathered from it. And therefore today you are that pure consciousness plus what you have gathered from all through your life. You are thus a miserable, limited creature at this moment. Now what am I to do? Nothing. That pure distilled water, that immaculate reality has not been defiled by your tendencies, by your sorrows and agitations of the mind. In the seat of meditation, boil it up. Remove all the scum. The scum is the vasanas. Once removed, what remains is again the pure, immaculate reality, the touch of God in your own bosom. Bahuni me viditani. I have spent many, many lives here. Tavacharjuna, not only me, but you also have spent many lives in order to reach the present state of intellectual poise that you can understand what I am talking. Janmani says Arjuna. Tanyaham Veda. The difference only is, I know them all. You know it not. Luckily, our past is not available for us. Swamiji, what are stupid thing you say, past. Where is the past? Now show me my last life wife. How many children I had? Really speaking, none of us remember it. It is nature's blessing. If you remember all your past, just as you have got attachment with your wife and children now, you will have the same amount of attachment to 10,493 wives. And in each wife at least an average 3 children, you calculate. You will never be able to take active participation in the present. You will be living only in the past. Hi. Therefore nature has put a curtain that you and I don't remember the past. But the tendency that we have still sticks to us. That is why we find some people very good in science for no fault of theirs, very good in music or dance or painting. Where did they get it? It can't be that they learned it in this life. Each one is a product of the entire past. The only difference is a Mahapuruša, a yogi like Krishna, I know them all. You don't know it. This is only the difference. Ajobe sannavyayatma. Now the word Maya is a very confusing word to the early students of Vedanta. Maya is generally translated as delusion. That isn't explained. There is an inherent weakness in human mind and intellect. It's not your fault. It's not my fault. It is the manufacturer's defect. God has created all of us that way. And what is his defect? When the intellect cannot understand a thing in its right perception, the mind projects. Every one of you. Don't say that no, we Christians have no Maya. It is something like saying that I have no liver. Only the Hindus have got liver. Everyone has got it, irrespective of whether you are a Christian or a Muslim or a Hindu or a Buddhist. In the same way, this is a psychological defect, fundamental defect, that whenever my intellect cannot understand a thing correctly, I may tell you that I don't know, but I can't stop it at that. I don't know, but I think. How can you think when you don't know? Is it not true? So-and-so has been transferred now to your town, city, and I hear that he is living next door to you. Did you see him? Yes, I saw him. Hey, what do you think about him? What is your reply? I don't know. I just saw him coming and going twice or thrice, that is all. I don't know. But I think that he's a dangerous fellow. How do you know it? Is it not? I don't know. Why not? I don't know, full stop. You never put a full stop. I don't know, semicolon. But I think. I don't know is a condition of the intellect. I have no data to know it. But I think, meaning fancy. The mind projects. Thus in the darkness, when I don't see the rope as a rope, I jump saying that it is a snake. Once I have thus projected that it is a snake, I will actually see the snake. The hood, the tongue coming out, the green color with white spot.
We see that not only
Trying to hit me once, twice, and each time I jump.
now in this we're seeing the nature
And my friend says, what are you doing, stupid? It is a rope. Do you think I will believe it? What? I am seeing the serpent. How can it be a rope? The projected, imaginary, fancied serpent, which has no existence, covers the reality, the rope, and I suffer until some light is put on. Suddenly you realize it is a rope. Once you see the rope, the snake is gone forever. Think. The rope never gives you any sorrow, but your projected serpent gives you the sorrow. And it has bit me. Not only bit me, but the burning sensation is coming up. It has come up to the calf muscle. It is going up to the thigh. I am going to die. Because from the thigh to the heart, how far is it? I am going to die. I am going to die. It is at that time you say that, all right, get up, I will show you. It is only a rope. You won't believe it. And when I say it is a rope, you understand that my death time has come and they are trying to console me. You say, get up, let us go downstairs, I will show you. He says, what are you talking? You don't understand the significance. I can't move my leg. I am paralyzed by my right side. He won't. You will have to carry him on the cot, down the stairs. Take him to the place where he was bitten. Give him a torch in his hand. Let him see the rope. Give the rope in his hand. He must play with the rope once or twice and put it round the neck. And then he smiles and says, give me a cup of tea. Why? He has realized that it is not the serpent. The pain is ended. The fear that I am going to die is ended. Think. A wayside post you may misunderstand as a ghost and get frightened. When I see the post, the ghost disappears. When I recognize the reality, the rope, the illusory misconception that I have projected, the snake disappears. You can't say that, Swamiji, half the snake is gone. I am seeing the rope, but the other half, similarly in spirituality, never say that half spiritual development ho gaya and another half I have yet to. It is either you are there or you are here. There is no question of in between. Think. 1 centimeter square you see the rope. That is all that is necessary. The entire snake is gone once forever. The whole rope and rope alone is the reality in the same way. The Atman, the self, is the reality. But your intellect, my intellect at this moment, the intellect cannot conceive that idea, experience that idea. Therefore we project. Our mind projects. A body, mind, intellect, and the world of objects. And thereafterwards the mind makes you dance. That without certain objects, emotions, and thoughts, I cannot be happy. And therefore you go and run after it, sweat and toil and perspire. Exhaust yourself. Acquire, possess, embrace, indulge, enjoy. And when you can't get it, fight, loot, plunder, burn. All these are happening. The moment you quieten the mind and come to awake and see that reality directly, not study other books, but come to experience it directly. All these world of pluralities understood at that one single moment, that they have no reality, they were apparent illusions. This non-apprehension of the intellect, you'll have to repeat it, that is the only word that is appropriate. The non-apprehension of reality at the intellectual level, which creates misapprehensions projected by the mind. This non-apprehension of reality, which creates misapprehensions, together it is called Maya power, the delusion. Think. Now the teacher says, if you, Lord, you also have taken many lives, as Arjuna had, then you are also belonging to our category. Stupid ones, suffering in the world. Krishna wants to make you understand that even though I take up the form, still my knowledge of my real nature is never lost. Thus he explains, Ajobi son, even though I am ajaha, unborn, I am not conditioned by time. Therefore there is no beginning. I am not born. Born is that which has modified. I am not that which changes. In the world of Einstein alone, new things can come up, because change is possible. In that timeless, there is no change. Ajo visan avyayatma. This Atman, the self, is avyaya, immutable. Birthless meaning beginningless. It's infinite. It has no modification or change. It is today the same as it ever was. Don't say that modern Atman is not as pure as the old Atman. There is no change at all. Avyaya, immutable. Avyayatma. Bhutanam Ishwaropi san. I am the Lord of all beings. Isn't it? The ocean is the Lord of all waves, big, small and medium, ripples and bubbles and froth and foam that you see on the surface of the sea, all of them are different expressions of the substratum, the one ocean. Clay is the so common, whether it is a cup or a saucer or a plate, whether it is a jug or the water pot, whether it is a flower vase. These are all different shapes and different hues and therefore different names. But all of them are at all the time pervaded by clay. Similarly, all living beings, plant, animal, human and including mineral world, are all existing in, supported by, the substratum for all of them is the one self, the Atman, the consciousness. Ishvaro Visan. Even though thus I am unborn, permanent, changeless, immutable, the Lord of the creatures. Lord of the creatures means it's only when He is with you, this X quantity with you, that you can function. If this X quantity life is no more with you, you lie down and others search for a box. Is it not? Dead, lifeless. Whether it is a plant or animal or human, the same. So He is the Lord of all creatures. Ishvaro Visanna. Pradim Stvam Adhisthaya. I project myself into this world. Why? Why do you come into this world? He cannot have any vasana because He is perfect. To fulfill your desires, the creature's desires, identifying with or expressing through your vasanas. Sambhavami Atma Maya, I project myself as a form. Since thus I am only playing for your vasanas, I know all my past lives. Arjuna, you don't know it. I project myself.
Yada yada hi dharmasya
Yada yada hi dharmasya
Glanirбhavati Bharata Abhyuthanamadharmasya Tadatmanam Srujamyaham.
When do you emerge out last in the world as a protector of the universe, as a redeemer of the world? When do you project yourself? Yada yada, whenever, dharmasya glani, righteousness is slowly dying away and unrighteousness is on the rise. For a week, you are a very enthusiastic gardener. You have got a beautiful garden in front of you, in your courtyard, let us say. For 1 week, because of business, you have been away. And after that 1 week, when you came back, as you are entering the house, you look at your flower pots and you find that all these small areas where flowers are, there is already 6 inches tall weeds. Isn't it? Will I not, in my enthusiastic spirit, go inside immediately, change, and change my clothes, and with instruments in my hand, Will I not enter again to the garden? And what do I do in the garden? Shake the soil and remove the weeds. Why do I remove it? For the benefit of the flowery bushes that I have planted. The weeds will eat away all the fertility or the manure, and therefore to protect the flowery bushes, I am cultivating them. The weeds are removed.
Again,
Is it not?
purpose,
In the same way,
in an
the
integrated
Lord, when He looks
secondary ion
and
images,
finds that the world is so
aluminum,
much
fluorine
full of
contamination, silicon and silicon
unrighteous
dioxide,
people,
surrounding dielectric,
compelling and forcing even the righteous people to compromise,
the ammonium ion, and
that the good people cannot remain good.
they are also
They are persecuted and destroyed
exact mass assignment
by the wicked and the evil.
Pyridine. Go back to the people
At
that
that time,
problem
in order to protect the good
the device
and destroy the evil,
contained dimethylpyridine, apparently
again and again I come into this world, which is necessary to keep the path of evolution clear, for the evolutes to evolve.
automobile paints, which had
The devolutes will be there in the world.
underlying aluminum metal.
They are slowly coming
The
up.
goal is to look down here at this interface.
They have recently, from animal nature, they have become the human form.
Can't use the profile
Therefore, the animalistic instincts are so powerful.
and not let us identify that.
They cannot stand the sight of a highly evolved creature.
Used a cryomicroscope.
Be it Jesus, they will nail him down. And that is the glory of the Master.
Sample look like. And what we're going to do is to take an ion image,
In fact, in the world outside,
paint the interface of the underlying metal.
the less evolved is always frightened by the very look,
All of
eye-to-eye contact with a highly evolved one.
from the underlying metal.
It's a
Melamine
fact.
the
That is how the Mohant, the driver of the elephant,
Tenevin,
with a tiny stick in hand, he orders the elephant, and the elephant implicitly obeys him.
a 370, which we think to be a grease
Any weakling, what is that, dying elephant can tear him into two pieces.
really causing the problem.
He is such a dry twig of a man
Here we see the
with a little stick,
ion images. Here's the image for
and
the
yet
aluminum.
the elephant is afraid.
This is a secondary ion.
In fact,
Circular
man is, every animal is afraid of man.
fragment ion. The
Even the tiger.
used to the paint,
If you can steadily look at him
aluminum.
without any fear in your mind, the fellow think for twice and slowly turn back and go.
Present,
Ramtirtha was doing it.
but because this is a two-layer paint,
Like Vivekananda, a Samakalin, a colleague of that time, a great Mahatma Mahapursha from Punjab,
fragment ion, molecular.
who was a mathematics professor,
Then we see here
Sri Ramatirtha. He often, always, or as often as possible, went and lived in the very thick jungles of the Himalayas. Many, many times he has seen the tiger. He is not afraid. He looks at them, they look at you,
now
say hi, hi,
some more examples.
and they run away.
Closer to the semiconductor activities.
That's
that,
called the dynamism of man. Why is it they are afraid?
what we're going to do
They
is
are afraid because of your higher evolution.
to look at,
In the world also is the same.
and I'm going to
If there is a corrupt officer and there is an honest man in the office, the corrupt man dare not face that honest man.
the other is total reflection.
He tries to destroy him.
You have to know your acronym.
He has not the courage to face the face, even though he is the top man. And this is only an ordinary petty clerk.
This study,
But
what
if
we
he
did
is
is we took
true,
four
really
silicon
honest,
wafers which had been
there
intentionally
is a
contaminated
dread,
with,
a
iron,
great
nickel, copper,
fear
and zinc,
in the heart
and
of
analyzed
those
them by
who
a
are
reference technique,
less
this is
evolved
BPDAA,
in the face of the honest one.
compared those results to the top sims.
Thus the generation of Romans and at that time got frightened
Very complex spectrum.
of this frail
All of these
little
molecular
man.
species are found on the surface due to an
Not because of his physical strength,
molecular ions produced
but the very
by
fact
combinations of
that he is highly evolved.
primary ions.
Even a Roman Empire or the Roman army is
Because of the high mass
frightened
resolution
of,
capabilities of
and they
atoms,
wanted to
we're able to
eliminate
separate the atomic ions of interest, in this case iron,
shooting a
molecular
Mahatma
ions,
Gandhi,
which are produced either from the matrix
shooting a
of
Kennedy,
silicon or just
are all typical examples. It's dangerous in this world
contaminated wafer. You see the iron.
if you become suddenly very honest.
You see very little iron.
Why? You are highly evolved.
Time of flight.
All the others want to destroy you,
We see
if
here
possible.
is nickel and no nickel from the contaminated and clean wafers.
Thus this great mighty Lord
We're going to do
comes down into the world. When? Not because you demanded. No.
reference technique.
When the good
We're going to see how well they
tends to
correlate.
become bad because of the
We don't have any
pressure of the
sensitivity
bad
factors,
or the
so we're just
wicked.
gonna measure the intensity of the atomic ion divided by the intensity
That the evolution which is the what? The plan and the scheme of nature
for the silicon matrix.
to evolve
Here is zinc.
a stone
See that there is reasonable
wherein the consciousness is at the stage of unconscious to subconsciousness in the plant kingdom,
First of all,
more conscious in the animal kingdom,
very small,
most conscious in the human form.
whereas the BPDAA is
This is the direction of evolution. Naturally, the acme of evolution.
BPDA gives
The final goal and destination of evolution is when you realize the pure state of consciousness.
there are some concentration variations.
This is the scheme of nature.
Zinc produces secondary ions.
Now and then the Lord will have to watch
There is an offset.
whether the evolutionary path is kept open for everybody to put those few who are evolvers.
Centimeter. The ion intensity ratio.
Whenever the righteous
Thompson says
are choked with the weeds of the unrighteous,
you see here
the
linearity
wicked, the evil-minded, the
has
tyrannous,
some background signal in this particular
in order to make the path easy for the evolver to protect the good and to destroy the evil.
most interesting data was found
Sambhavami, I project myself into this world.
that at high concentration,
Puna, again and again. Sujamyaham, tadatmanam sujamyaham.
परित्राणाय
Paritranaya
साधूनां
sadhunam.
विनाशाय च दुष्कृतां धर्म संस्थापनार्थाय संभवामि युगे युगे
Thus, yuge, from time to time, paritranaya sadhuna, to protect the good, vinashaya cha dushkrita, to destroy the evil-minded. I, dharma samsthapanarthaya. Why do I do it? To maintain dharma, to establish righteousness in the world. Sambhavami, I project myself, yuge, from time to time. Not every other day, but every few millennium. When the process of evolution or the path of evolution get blocked by the atrocities of the criminal and the wicked and the cruel, I come to eliminate them and make the path easy for the good to survive. When this is taken generally in India, they ask the question, Swamiji, then this is the right time for him to come. Why is he not coming? His promise is eternal. What he has promised is, whenever the good come to suffer and tend to become bad, but they are resisting it, but they are compelled by the wicked, at that time I shall come, isn't it? What we are seeing in the world is only we are competing each other how to be a greater wicked one, and therefore when the unrighteous people are fighting among themselves, Lord is not going to come. Let them fight it out. If amidst all these millions of sensuous people, if there is one honest who is trying to live the spiritual life uncompromisingly, and others don't allow him, one man will do. To protect him, the Lord will have to come down. Have we got it? That is the reason why all my life I have been preaching the scriptural literature of the Gita and the Upanishads. So that at least start living, trying to live, not live, trying to live a nobler life. To that extent in India, I must admit that there is a great awakening. A mighty power is rising in India, proud of being their own culture, proud of wanting to become true Hindus. And it takes time. When you have neglected it for about more than 1,500 years, to revive it is not easy. To build an ashram like this, it would have been much easier. But what we tried was that the old place is repaired and it is endless. By the time you repair this place, that place is falling down. That place is lifted up, the bottom is gone. To repair an old one is more difficult than build up a new one. A broken, shattered culture, to revive it is more strenuous than to start a new culture. So that in order to destroy the evil and make the path of the evolutes smooth and happy, the infinite, universal, mighty power, the intelligence behind the universe, now and then projects themselves. He may not come here as a prophet, he may come here as a great warrior, a great political leader, a great thinker, but that mighty one paves the way for a greater evolutionary or cultural revival. Janma karma cha me divyam.
एवं यो वेत्ति तत्त्वतः त्यक्त्वा देहं पुनर्जन्म नैति मामेति सोऽर्जुन.
An individual who has really understood this divine play of his birth, actions and actions in the world, such an individual, when he once dies from the body, he will never again take another body, meaning he will never again come to the misconception that I am a limited entity with the tendencies in me to be fulfilled in the world of plurality. You awake into the higher state of consciousness. In a dream, you may sleep and wake up in the dream and continue the dream. But once if you are truly woken up, the dreamer and his dream have wiped away. Who has understood the divine play of how he projects for the outer sheer love, for the good, and what function, work he undertakes in the world? Both are divine. It is not prompted by any selfish ego or selfish desire. He who understands it, meaning he who has understood that higher state of consciousness and its play, such an individual is no more a limited ego. He has no more any vasanas, he has exhausted the vasanas and purified the mind and realized the higher. Such an individual, having woken up to that higher state of consciousness, never can he, even though he may be playing about in the world, serving us all, such an individual never can ever rise up in his bosom the idea that I am a limited, individualized ego. Such an individual is never again born. Born there means that, and not that he is not any longer coming to the mother's womb and all that. Idea is, he never ever again get the idea that I am a limited entity. Because once you have realized that state is beyond time. Since it is timeless, it is eternal, immutable, changeless, permanent. So once you have realized, you may later on live in the world, serving this society, but never can that experience ever leave you, because it is permanent. Never can again the idea that I am a limited, individualized ego shall ever come to disturb, to persecute you. Constantly you can, who is these people who are realizing it? Manmaya mamupashritaha. So the conditions to be created is Vita Raga Bhaya Krodha, which has been already said once. Vitam, gone, left all, you leave every. What? Raga, attachment. Bhaya, fear. Krodha, rage. These three are automatic, natural, sequence. When you got attachment to a child, you are always afraid of insecurity. And when you find that it is all right, you get angry. Vita raga bhaya krodha. All these are because of your attachment. Attachment comes because of ego and egocentric desires. So long as there is vasana, there will be attachments. The greater the attachment, greater the anger. So those who have given up all their attachment to OET and turned the mind and intellect attention to the Supreme. Vita raga bhaya krodha manmaya. You have become one with me. Maya means homogeneous mass. This cup of tea is sugar maya. Means 3 of my devotees have put sugar in it. It is nothing but sugar. Sugar maya. This chain is swarna maya, gold maya. Meaning it is made of pure gold, nothing else. Maya means homogeneous mass. Manmaya. Your mind has become full of me only. Swapnamaya. When you are dreaming, you are in the dream state only. Nothing else you know. Sleepamaya. Some of you are. Sleepamaya. I am full of sleep. I am feeling very, very sleepy. Maya means one with. Thus those who have merged their mind exclusively with me in devotion. Mam upashritaha. How do you do it? By surrendering, taking refuge in me. Surrendering doesn't mean that you keep quiet. Lord will do everything. So at 12 o'clock you open the mouth. Lord is not going to come and feed you. Never. He has got better things to do. By not doing anything is not. That is how everybody understands. Surrender. Surrender means I give up all my... Give up all my... Why did he give you all your faculties? Why didn't you dynamically use it? So giving up all your faculties is running away from life. Running away from life is not to reach Him. You have to live your life. He has given you a wonderful field to work, and the faculties, the sense organs, the mind, the intellect. Use them all. Then what do you mean by surrender? Every one of you is every day surrendering. Totally surrender. Is it not after your dinner you go to bed? And what are you doing there? Surrendering you, the waker, into to become sleep or enter sleep. What are you doing? You are invoking sleep and disappearing into sleep. Are you not? This is called a surrender. Those days you can't surrender to sleep, you will not have sleep. Last night I have wink, not have wink, I slept. Why? Because of my pain, or because of my emotion, or because of my problem. Unless you give up all your physical, mental, intellectual contact with the world of OET, you cannot sleep. To give up these is to invoke sleep. Because you are giving up all these with the one single solitary idea that I must sleep, I must sleep. There is no other desire in your mind except to sleep. Then you enter into sleep. This is called surrender. Madashrayaha, surrendering and taking refuge in me. Bahavo, many people. Jnana tapasa, by the penance of contemplation. Through steady contemplation, putaha, they become pure. Don't say that through contemplation I realize the truth. No, because contemplation is an activity of the BMI. By your activity you cannot reach there. Through contemplation you are exhausting the vasanas, burning up the vasanas. When the last of the vasana is exhausted, the last of the thought and desire is ended. When there are no desires and no thoughts, mind and intellect is no more a mind or an intellect. When waters are dried up, it is not a river. Mind ends. And there where the mind ends, the experience is of the infinite reality. Putaha, purified. Your heart gets purified. With a pure heart, pray. Is the insistence in all scriptures and Bibles of the world. Pure heart means that which has no thought agitations of the outer world. Outer world thoughts will be always there so long as the vasanas are there. When you are steadily trying to contemplate, in those heat of contemplation, these vasanas get burnt up. Since they are burnt up, roasted, no germination will take place. No sprout will come from those vasanas. No desire and thoughts will arise out of it. Thus, when your mind has been quietened by destroying the very cause of the mental agitations. Putaha madbhavamagataha. Many are the people who have awakened to my bhava, the state of God consciousness, when they have given up these shackles of the physical, mental and intellectual. They are the people who have hatched out of their eggs limitations and spread their wings and moved in the freedom of the air. You are at this moment limited by the body, the mind, the intellect. No doubt you have come out of the mother's womb, but you are still in another womb, conditioned by your physical demands, emotional needs and the intellectual expectations. Break the shell, spread your wings, come out a bird Why are you rotting inside the shell? And thus you have to again be born. That is called the second state of metamorphosis. You have come out of the mother's womb, no doubt, into a wondrous world, large as compared to the womb, with all faculties and abilities. But even now you are in a womb of your own personality entanglements, vasanas. Burn them down, hatch out of your limitations of as an ego and realize your divine nature.
ये यथा मां प्रपद्यन्ते
ये यथा मां प्रपद्यन्ते
तांस्तथैव भजाम्यहम् मम वर्त्मानुवर्तन्ते मनुष्याः पार्थ सर्वशः
Thus, in a sense, if you are all of us are nothing but that divine, how is it that we find in this world some are crooked, some are cheating, some are wicked, some are pure, some are noble? How is it that these differences are? And all of them because of life. If thus Lord is in our heart, why can't He always send me by the right path and not allow me to walk the wrong path? So if I am doing some criminal act, is it not by the service, by the help of the Lord? So the Lord helps me to do criminal things and then punish me. This is very unjust. Krishna says the truth. As you invoke me, I shall help you. To me it is immaterial. Whether you are invoking the dynamism of life to persecute others and bring sorrows to the community, you are welcome. If you are invoking it for your own benefit and blessing, welcome. Is it not? What about the gas in your car? If the gas in your car is determining where you should go, if the gas is not there, will the car ever move? Thereby can you say that the accident was caused by the petrol and not me? The gas is there. As you invoke, stepping on the accelerator, it will generate all the horsepower of the engine. It is your responsibility to see that the front wheel is on the road. Swamiji, 4.5 hours I drove. 1 minute I slept. That is more than sufficient. You wake up in the nearest hospital. Beautifully bandaged all your limbs. Why? You became. It's a tragedy. Now, how did that tragedy come? Because of the gas. Gas has no eyes or ears. Gas will release the horsepower of the engine. It is your responsibility to see that the wheels are on the road. Is it not? Same thing here. Without the touch of life, a sinner cannot do the sin. A saint cannot remain saintly. Both of them must be alive. But it is not the life in you that is determining the ugliness or the beauty of your life. It is you, the driver in you, the PFT in you, the performance of the machine or the engine, the body, mind and intellect. As you invoke me, ye yadha mam prabhadyante, whoever he be, he who, in whatever passion they invoke me, tam tathaiva bhajamyaham, I serve them in the same way. Aladdin and the wonderful lamp. I am sure that all of you have heard, isn't it? So if you rub the lamp, the genie will come out. isn't it? That genie is capable of doing anything that you want. But you must have the common sense to tell the right thing to do, isn't it? Genie, bring me $1 million. He will bring $1 million. From where, I don't know. But supposing you say, Genie, take a whip. And you whip, you do. Yes, sir. Now go on, beat me. You are ordering. And the genie is implicit obedience. He, as efficiently as he can, he will beat you down. And then you cry, Ayyo, I am being beaten. You ordered it. Who asked you to marry? And now you say, Swamiji, I want private interview. Why? I am in trouble. What is the trouble? Domestic. How many of them come? You see? It is like that, my wife is like that, our children are like that. My dear man, when you married, you never consulted me. When you produced children, you never consulted me. Now you are in trouble, you are come to consult me, you are too late. Go and continue suffering. Now what else can you say? You see? So you live a negative life, negative values, and Narayana helps you. Then you get into a jam, and then you cry, oh Lord, save me, save me. He will save you also. But you could have avoided going into that ditch by properly living. But prompted by your lust and greed and passions, you lived it and you suffered. Whatever way you invoke me, I shall do. The three-way plug in your house. The electricity inside is the Lord. Now, how will He help you? It all depends upon what instrument or equipment you are plugging in, isn't it? You plug in the heater and then complain that in this very summer, I don't know, this room is hot. You have plugged the wrong thing. The heater you plugged, electricity honestly gave you heat. Why? You invoked heat from Him, He gave you heat. Instead of, switching on the air conditioner, you switch on the heater and then you complain that I am suffering. This electricity is a tyrant. He has got no eyes or ears. He has no sympathy with me. I am suffering. It's absurd, childish, mad. Similarly, you create all your problems and then you accuse that silent witness of everything. The Lord. You demanded it. We gave you. See? If you understand this, you have no complaints with anyone. All our sorrows are, we are responsible. But we have not got the broad shoulders to shoulder our responsibilities. We don't want it. We want to escape. We make a mistake, suffer, and then say that God is the one who is made to suffer. In a way it is true. Accidents happen because of the gas. Had at that time the gases ended, the car would have stopped, isn't it? See that how stupid? Mama vartamanu vartante. Everybody in this world, plant, animal and human, they are all walking my path. My path meaning they can walk the path only with my help. I am the silent push in every one of you. You are free, totally free, to go by the right or by the left or by the center. Mama vartamanu vartande. Manushya partha sarvasya. Hey partha Arjuna. All people, Manushya, all people walk my path. My path in the sense, they cannot walk the path without me. I am constantly with you. 24 hours, 365 days from the womb to the tomb, I am with you. Never is a moment when I am not with you. And yet the people say that, where is God? Show me God. Even this question is coming out of this calcium, carbon, phosphorus body. Inert, insentient matter bundle. Is it not because life is in you? Will a dead man ever ask the question? Where is God? Mama vartmani vartande manushya partha sarvasha.
काङ्क्षन्तः कर्मणां सिद्धिं यजन्त इह देवताः क्षिप्रं हि मानुषे लोके सिद्धिर्भवति कर्मजा
So Arjuna's doubt is, Krishna, if there is an infinite bliss and beatitude, the infinite Lord himself in our heart, and he is constantly with us, how is it that 99%, why 99%, 10%, all people in the world is pursuing only in search of the world of happiness, in the world of OET, they none turn towards it. Why? They are searching for acquiring and possessing the world of objects only for their happiness. This infinite bliss is in you. And he, the infinite bliss, is constantly with you. It is only out of his grace that all your activities you are capable of performing all your physical, mental and intellectual activities. He is ever with you. Why don't you go to him? How is it that everybody is only functioning in the outer world? So there is some knocks in your argument. It is not true. Because majority, vast majority. What's majority? All people are searching and seeking their fulfillment in the outer world. A rare one here and there. A carpenter's son, Joseph's son, may go to the desert and realize. A Muhammad may go up the mountain and realize. Think. A Buddha may go and sit down under a tree. But what about the millions and billions of people in the world? So majority is with us. You are talking of exceptions only. So your argument we are not accepting. We are democratic. Yes, in every society, in every period of history, fools will be more in number than wise people. How many Einsteins are there? How many Hawkins are there in the world? How many Shakespeares, Milton, Shelley, Keats? And what about us? Plenty. Like me, plenty are there. It is always true. For Gita lectures, how many people will come? Rock and roll. That African dance. The tent was full. The whole town was here. For Gita. Why? Krishna says, Kshipam Kangshande karmanam siddhi. All people are expecting, desiring, demanding, wanting. What? The result of his actions. And therefore, yajande iha, in this world, they invoke devata, the mighty phenomenal powers. Phenomenal powers, powerful people. You court your boss, you court your customers, you court your clients, you court your patients. Why? From morning till evening. And you say that as a doctor I have no time. As a lawyer I have no time. As a businessman, Swamiji, you don't know businessman. You had no time to turn towards him. Why? You had to invoke these people. Why is it so? By doing so, I will get something. And I get a little pleasure out of it. Though it is unsatisfactory, I get a pleasure, immediate result. Chipram hi manushe loke, in the manusya loke, in the world of the human beings, the results of karma is immediate. When the fourth drink is going in the mouth, ha ha, maja maja. The headache is only tomorrow. But at this moment, beautiful. I am drinking. Immediately. This is evolution. This path is difficult. But the difficulty is natural when the profit they gain thereby is large. The achievement is great, efforts will be great. Higher the mountain you have to climb, greater the effort. But what we want is only crawl in the surface and eat. And therefore we don't want to put forth the effort. Majority want immediate joys of the flesh or of an emotional satisfaction or even in the highest level, intellectual satisfaction. Nobody wants the higher. Siddhir bhavati karmaja, born out of karma. The results are relatively easy. Then the result of infinite bliss and beatitude that you can gain by stopping from all activity, physical, mental and intellectual. Think. To transcend the body, mind and intellect and enter into the higher state of evolution, the highest, the destination of all evolution. You are on the gate of it. But that last lap, nobody wants to follow. They want easy for them to remember the earlier, lower, baser instincts in you. You don't want to give up, clip them down and go beyond.
चातुर्वर्ण्यं मया सृष्टम्
Chaturvarnyam maya srishtam
गुणकर्म विभागशः तस्य कर्तारमपि माम् विद्य कर्तारमव्ययम्.
In this world, Chaturvarnyam, the four castes, maya srishtam, I created. The amount of misunderstanding that has been crept into the hearts of not only the outside India, but even the Indian youngsters is enormous, unimaginable. Chaturvarnyam, chatur, four. And the word used in Sanskrit is varna. Varna, color. And don't say that the German did not understand that it is color. They are great scholars of Sanskrit. But they made a twist. Because the Europe was at that time the great imperialistic government, keeping everybody under their thumb. So the colonies should not have any culture, any idea. They tried to create all confusions in their translations. The tragedy of India is that they forgot Sanskrit also. So they learned their scriptures through English translation. English translation came from French. French translated from German. The German translated. A great missionary. The German translated, learned Sanskrit, translated. And the appropriate words he just twisted. Varna, any elementary student of Gita, of Sanskrit will know, Varna means color. I have created the entire mankind in four distinct personality colors. It became caste, and from caste it became casteism, and the whole community has been broken down in India. Color. Color is Everyone is an expression of our vasanas, tendencies. These tendencies fall under three types. The noblest, the so-so, and the basest. Good, bad, and indifferent. And you already know that your own tendencies, you have got noble tendencies, also you have got mediocre tendencies, and sometimes very base, low, vicious, lusty, greedy tendencies. Is it not? So the highest type of tendencies are called sattvic. The other is called rajasic, and the basest is called tamasic. These are two technical terms. Then the Sankhya philosophers, who consider these three gunas, they said these gunas have got distinct color of personality. Sattva is white in color, Rajas is red in color, and the tamas, the basest, is black in color. Now, every one of you have got all the three. These three are the fundamental ingredients of a personality. All the three put together is a human personality. So even the highest saint or sage also have got rajas and tamas. The lowest and the basest criminal also has got now and then sattvic and rajasic. He loves his wife and children. Love. All the three. Every human being has got all the three. Now if you have got white, red, and black, three colors, there can be a permutation combination of four distinct colors. Supremely sattvic, extremely sattvic, the saints and sages and prophets and masters, supremely sattvic. Rajasic, active and dynamic, with sattva. The true leaders of mankind, inspired by high ideal, sense of duty, and yet he is not satisfied by merely studying the scriptures and going to a jungle and sit down under a tree. No! He feels that he has got a responsibility to see that everybody does keep law and order, isn't it? Sense of justice. Kshatriyas. The traders, commerce, men of commerce, is as dynamic as the politician. 18 hours a day they will work. But the difference is they are functioning not for the high ideals or sattvic ideals. They are functioning with a dash of tamas, isn't it? Why the man of commerce work 18 hours a day, businessman, to earn money? Where do you want the money? Because my house must be slightly taller than all other houses. It must have Italian marble. Rare pieces of art must be all in my house. The entire cutlery, crockery must be solid silver. My wife must have better sari. And she must be punctured with diamond things. So that when you look at her, you can't look at her. And that is necessary because she is so ugly that it is better that you know. Same thing. I must have 15 varieties of food, bearers and things. And then I throw parties. I invite people. And when they come into the house, their eyes pop out. What a beautiful floor. What a wonderful carpet. Gracious. And he says, Italian marble. Italian marble. And then he takes them round the house to show the house. Hey, this is from there, and this is from Greece, this is from Italy. Each time the eyes pop out. That fellow's face clearly shows his jealousy, his avariciousness, his greed. And to watch that is the satisfaction. This is my simple master bedroom. This is your This is my toilet. Yes, those taps are, don't see, it's gold. That tap is gold. And then you come to a dinner. And when you enter the dining table, beautiful big table, and everything silver, everything shiny. Thank you for coming. Thank you for coming. And you stand there and shake. And she also stand there and shake. And shaking is, more diamonds shaking. They are also working hard. And are they not serving the society? Yes, as a byproduct. If we can avoid it, he will avoid. Automatization. But sometimes it's not possible, and therefore, by the way, okay. But what his intention is only to earn more and more money, in order to live a luxurious way, for show off, to feed his vanity. The last one is the tamasic, labor class. Everywhere around the world, the labor class is tamasic. If they get a chance, they will sit down. When the foreman comes, they will get up and start working. It's all over the world. It's their nature. You have to get work out of them. They have no they have only bronze and not brains. There is always in every community a certain number of people like that type, and we need them. We have to get work out of them. They by themselves will not work. 4 days they work and they get, or 1 week they work and they get their money, they will not work for next 2 weeks. Why? I have got the money, then why you want? But why don't you earn a little more and save a little more and make a house, a better house? Why do you do it? This is sufficient for me. Let me sleep, don't disturb me. Indolent, sleepy, dull. Such people are called tamasic. That's 4 colors. White and red, red and black, and pure black. Chadurvanyam maya srishtam. It's not in India. It is a division of the entire humanity, human personality. There are these 4 types everywhere. Are there not Brahmins in Kerala? In America? The Boston Brahmin? Is it not? Think of it. Are there not real leaders of mankind ready to sacrifice themselves in order to maintain certain moral order and ideals? Are there not people of commerce? Are there not labor class? Which part of the world is not there? Chadurvanyam maya srishtam. Bhagavan says that there are. It is a fact in life. There are 4 types of personalities in the world. And how did you make the 4 types? Guna, karma, vibhagasha. Not that a Brahmin's son is a Brahmin. A doctor's son need not be a doctor. An engineer's son need not be an engineer. He can be a dull idiot, a drug addict. See? It's not by birth. Then, guna, karma. the quality of his vasanas and tendencies, guna, sattvic, rajasic or tamasic, or what combination they are. And karma. Don't say that I am very sattvic, very spiritual, but all your actions are unspiritual. Savji, that is only externally I am indulging in sense objects. But spiritual, I am very spiritual. That is only in America. Guna karma vibhagasha, at the basis of the tendencies and thoughts and ideals that you keep in your mind and the performance with which you are doing it. It is on the basis of these two that these four types have been created. Guna karma vibhagasha, tasya kartaram apimam. I am the author of these, meaning if I were not there, the sattvic Brahmin also, the saint cannot function. The rajasic man, the leader cannot function. The commerce man cannot function. The dull-witted, stupid fool also cannot function. I am the author of them all. Yet, I don't function. Isn't it? You plug your lamp, table lamp, and then you want the table lamp a little more nearer, and you touch it. Why? Shock. Electricity shocked me. No. Something wrong with the connections, therefore electricity obeyed implicitly. Thinking that you want electricity outside the lamp also. You get shocked. It's not the fault of electricity, it's the fault of the instrument. Thing. Similarly, your body, mind, and intellect, you can plug on to Narayana and behave like a saint or a sinner. He will give you all. I am the kartar, doer, but I am the one the author of them all, but I don't do anything. Electricity is neither giving you light. Electricity doesn't want to shock you. It has got loss. The current by itself doesn't want. Petrol doesn't want to go anywhere. Gas doesn't want to go anywhere. It is you who want the gas to help you to go to your destination. And whichever the destination, you are going to a prostitute den, a drug den, petrol will help you. If you want to go to the church or to the temple or to the Gita talks, the car will take you. Gas will take you wherever you want. But where do you go is determined by your own. In the same way, these various four types of them are all functioning because of him. But he, Narayana, is not involved at all. If the sun were not there, there would have been no life in the world. The sun stands there, enlivening everybody. But the various equipments in the world, the plant, animal and human, they draw nurture and nourishment from the sun. The sun is not doing anything. If you remain 18 hours a day in an air-conditioned room and not exposed to the sun will not penetrate through the window and come to you. No. He's a very decent guy. If the window is closed, he will stand outside only. He won't enter in. Think. But if you go and expose yourself to the sun, the skin will do the rest. His energy is available everywhere. You must expose yourself to it. Think. Narayana is all pervading. Divine is everywhere. But you don't want. You want to continue your stupid ways of living in the past. And you create problems for yourself. I don't interfere in any of these words. By my mere presence, Sannidhyamatre, in my mere presence, every type of asana gets the ability to express itself through its physical, mental, intellectual equipment. I am only a catalytic agent. Myself not changing at all, but by my presence. Understand this relationless relationship between the Lord and the world outside. In His presence alone, you and I can act anything. But all your actions never touch Him. If there is a revolution in the country and blood is flowing like waters, the sun will illuminate. Sun doesn't become bloody. If there is peace and tranquility and progress and happiness in the society, the sun will illuminate. Similarly, the infinite consciousness is untouched by what the BMIPFTOAT is doing. Don't sit down and say that in the past I have done sins. So what? You did the sin with His help. Wake up! Last night I dreamt that I was a leper because I was reading the annual report of the Mother Teresa. And the pictures were there, therefore the thoughts were there. And then I felt sleepy, I slept. And in this dream I suffered. The whole society neglected me, for no fault of me, When I woke up, should I call the doctor to get some anti-leprosy serum injections? Though I went through the sorrows, through the pain and agony, when I wake up I know that I am untouched by them all in the same way. All that you might have done in your stupidity and foolishness, in Maya, in the non-apprehension reality you have projected and misapprehended and acted on, don't worry! You have got every right to do your sins. But you have got also a responsibility of coming out of it. Not sit down and think, I am a very great sinner. Who is not? Now how can I go to God and have perfection, because I am a very imperfect man. I am a sinner. How can I go? It's the most illogical and irrational argument. Perfection is meant for the imperfect. See? God is meant for the sinners. If you have not done any sin, you don't need God. Why? You are God then. Hi. And I am very sick, you see, I can't go to the hospital. Let me improve a little and then I will go to the hospital. When you have improved, why waste the time and the bed in the bedroom, in the hospital? When you are sick, you go to the hospital. Hospital is meant for the sick. Is it not? Religion is meant for the sinners. Don't say that I am a sinner, how can I pray? Prayer is meant for the sinners. I am very hungry, how can I eat? How illogical! Food and eating is meant for the hungry. No, I am very hungry, you see, I can't eat now. Then what will you do? No, let me get a little filled up and then I will eat. What would do? That only in America they do, that even though they are full, they still eat. Because high standard of living. See? When you are full, you need not eat. When you are hungry, you eat. Similarly, the sinner is the one who needs Him to come out of the sin. So don't have this negative idea that I am a sinner and I can't go to Him.
Namam karmani limpanti. Namam karmani limpanti. bhaktirna sabhadyate.
This relationship between the Lord in your heart and your activities, without Him you cannot act. But whatever you do, it doesn't touch Him. He is immaculate. This relationless relationship is very difficult to understand for an average man. So the teacher again repeats, Namam karmani lipyante. All your physical, mental, intellectual activities never touch me. You may do good things, I am not become better. You do bad things, I don't become bad by it. Name karmani limpanti. Name karma bhale spriha. And when as a result of your activities, if you gain anything, I don't gain anything. If you lose anything, I don't lose anything. I help you to do whatever karma you want to do. Without me, you cannot do anything. You are a dead carcass. But whatever you do, it doesn't touch me. Iti mam yo abhijanandi. He who truly understands me of this nature. Meaning, in contemplation, when you have gone beyond the BMI and awaken to that state of consciousness, when you have understood that all my activities in my dream were because of me. And then when I woke up, I realized that I was not the dreamer. I who was the dreamer is myself the waker. And the waker is not affected by what you did in the dream. In the dream you killed your uncle and made a pickle of the uncle and filled up 12 bottles and labeled it Uncle Pickle. And as you are washing your hand, you heard the whistle of the police. The police had come. In utter despair, I jumped through the window, forgetting that I am in the 5th floor. And as I was falling down, I woke up on the carpet because I have fallen from the bed in the carpet. After getting up and sitting down, should I consider how to escape the police? I did not do that. But have you not suffered? Yes, it is true. And yet, I was in the karma, but I was not affected by the karma. Without me, the Veka, there would have been no dream. Sitting in the seat of meditation, here afterwards, whenever you remember the past sins that you have done, the future sins that you are planning, forget it. These are all the stupid activities of the PFT, not knowing the higher reality. I am that self. Wake up to that state of consciousness. He who abhijanandi fully understands this relationship between the divine, the self in you, and the individuality of today. Na karma bhir na vidhyate. Such an individual, whatever actions they may do in the world, it doesn't affect them at all. Because it is not he who is doing it. All actions are springing from him. You have become empty reed. The reed by itself has no music. But from the reed, if the music is coming, there is a flute player on the other end. Similarly, when I am no more individuality and ego, that becomes the equipment for the divine to express through them. Such individuals sing out and cry, roar, that I am Son of God, my Father in heaven. Others will have to say that I am a useless fellow, a worm in the world, Swamiji. I am a chinner. A worm in the world, Swamiji. I am a chinner. Cleanse your mind. Claim your glory as a son of God. That thy will be done. Not mine, not mine, not mine. I myself has no will because my ego and egocentric desires are volunteer. And I am here available for you to express through. Hence the glory of these great masters, the great prophets, saints and sages.
एवं ज्ञात्वा कृतं कर्म पूर्वैरपि मुमुक्षुभिः कुरु कर्मैव तस्मात् त्वं पूर्वैः पूर्वतरं कृतम्
Like a defense lawyer. Whatever he may say, ultimately he says, and therefore, your lordship, my client should not be considered as a criminal. That is what he is driving at. In the same way, whatever philosophy he said, Krishna concludes, therefore, Arjuna, you must fight. You see? Now, evam das jnatva, having understood what I have now said, kritam karma, all activities you do, recognizing yourself to be that pure self. Purvairapi mumukshubhi, even in the past, all those who want to realize the highest, release themselves from the inhibitions of the BMI. All those mighty seekers of reality in the past have done karma with this knowledge in them. It's not I who am doing. He is doing through me. I and my selfishness is not there. I have no anxiety to get the fruits of my actions because there is no desire in me. Kuru karma karmaiva tasmatvam. Tasmat, therefore, tvam, you, guru karmaiva, until you die, sweat and toil and work in the world with this attitude. Don't work with the ego. Without ego and egocentric desires. As a worship of the infinite Lord. Keep on working. As all our past great seekers and successful prophets and saints and sages have done. You also, Arjuna, do your duty, obligatory duties. You are here as a Kshatriya not by accident. It is a quality of your vasana that ordered it. You are facing such a war. It's because of your vasanas. You are all here in this camp because you have these vasanas. You are listening and understanding in various degrees according to your vasanas. The equipment that we have got and the environment in which we come to live from moment to moment are all ordered by the vasanas. In all these, he is ever the witness, ever the one who is behind you all, at every moment. Thus understanding, in the past, great mighty masters have worked in the world and purified themselves. You also, Tasma, therefore, you also, Arjuna, do karma in this right mental attitude. Purvai purvataram kritam. As in the past they have done. You also do karma and don't try to run away from the beautiful situation that has come wherein you can exhaust your own vasanas.
किं कर्म किमकर्मेति
Kim karma kima karmedi
कवयोऽप्यत्र मोहिताः तत्ते
Krishna gives a bit of information to Arjuna that my sonny, it is very difficult in this world to understand what is karma, what constitutes an action, a dynamic action, and what is inactivity, actionlessness or inactivity, not actionlessness. It's very difficult. Who is really doing the action? Who is not doing action? We cannot say, very difficult. For example, the road maker, standing in the sun, sweating himself and working, you say that, oh, he is working, very hard working, isn't it? What about the Chief Justice or the Supreme Court of a country? He has only 3 days of the week work. The average man thinks that the rascal is not working at all. 3 days only, taxpayers' money, such a large pay he is getting, only 3 days he is working. He must be given a jhadu, a brush or a broomstick. Let him at least clean the road in front of his house. Russian method. Everybody must work. That man needs that much of rest to think, to maintain the glory of our constitution. The various problems are coming to him, conflicts in the world, and all those conflicts must be settled without harming or going away from the constitution, protecting the constitution. He needs a lot of time. The average soldier is right in front facing the guns. But the commander-in-chief and the great generals, they are in the security of their headquarters, planning and thinking. The average soldier will say that they are all enjoying terribly and we are suffering. No. If their strategy is wrong, you are all dead carcass. If their strategy is right, you all glorify and say victorious people. Now, which is karma, which is akarma? It is not always sweating and laboring, panting with exhaustion and fatigue is karma. To think about it is also karma. The architect sits and plans it out. The average worker, the mason and the carpenter, puts it into it. Who is the greater worker? Think. The carpenters and the masons, they are working, sweating there. But all their work would have been null and void if the architect not thought of the pressures upon each pillar and the weight that is carried by each wall, and is all calculated. And while he is calculating and making it, one would think that he is doing nothing. He is sitting comfortably in an air-conditioned room. So then let the laborer sit in the air-conditioned room and the architect go out and work. Thinking is necessary. Now, so to say that what kim karma, kim akarmedi, what constitute work, what constitute inactivity? Kavayopyatra mohita. Even the kavi meaning the great saints and sages of the Vedas, the authors of the Vedas, the great thinkers and philosophers, even they, mohita, are deluded, confused. It's very difficult to find out whether you are really doing a work or merely sitting down. The artists generally, they can't work from morning 10 to evening 5. They are creative workers. They will be just lying down, smoking away mountains of cigarettes, drinking coffee and tea. One would think that the fellow is doing nothing. But all the time his mind is conceiving. And when once that entire composition comes in his mind, he feels so inspired by the picture that he jumps out of his chair and goes to the canvas in front of him and starts expressing it. And then you and I, looking at it over his shoulders, we say, "Ah, how beautiful!" After finishing that, again he lies down. Russia made a greatest mistake. They nationalized even art. So the art center they opened. All the painters and others must come there exactly at 10 o'clock. Exactly at 5 o'clock you must go so that they can lock the place. Now inspiration cannot come according to the chronometer, according to the watch. 10 o'clock inspiration, 5 o'clock inspiration stopped. It is not a tap that you open and close. Okay? Similarly, you cannot have devotion to the Lord only on Sunday from 8 to 9:45. You can't. You may not have devotion for days together. Then suddenly you feel a wave of devotion. You must have, the temples must be open all the day, all the time, because we don't know when we will need it. It is very difficult to say what is karma and what is action and inaction. Tate karma pravakshami. Therefore, I shall explain to you now. Pravakshami. Yajñatva mokshase ashubhad. By knowing this difference of karma, action and inaction, you can come out of your own misconceptions of life and come to experience the highest reality. I shall now explain to you what constitutes karma and what constitutes inactivity.
कर्मणो ह्यपि बोद्धव्यम्
Karmano
बोद्धव्यं च विकर्मणः अकर्मणश्च बोद्धव्यम् गहना कर्मणो गतिः
This verse is supposed to be a very confusing one. In order to release you from that confusion, here is the chart in page 25. Life consists of activity and inactivity, karma and akarma. The activity in you, because the textbook is not explaining akarma, inactivity, idleness, that is tamasic. The activity is of two kinds. Karma, actions that is to be done, it's noble of you. And vikarma, actions that are to be avoided. Actions to be done, actions that are of the dignity of your evolution. Actions that you should not do, must avoid, are actions that are detrimental, that is an insult to your own evolutionary status. I was very hungry, the neighbor's child came. I made cutlets. The neighbor's child's father comes. Did my child come here? He did come. You open the fridge. There are 3 more there, you can eat. This even an animal will not do it. Don't do it. Murder of his children, incest, these are all not done even by the animals. And you do it, is called vikarma. Things to be avoided. murder, destroying others, burning down. These are low vicious actions. And karma, certain things that you must do. This karma that you have to do fall under three categories. Nitya karma, we have already explained that. Obligatory duties that you have to do every day. Naimittika karma, actions that you are being called upon in the society, in the community, under certain occasions. And kamya karma, actions that spring from us prompted by desires. This is a classification of all actions that spring forth from a man, from a living human being. Life consists of action and inaction. Actions fall under two types. That which is a glory to your evolution, cultured living, true action, and vikarma, things that you must avoid, even though you may feel like, my father, he doesn't deserve to be living, I must kill him, but then don't do it. See? It's not a question of whether he deserves it or not. It is below my dignity of evolution. As a human being, I will not do it. I forgive it. You understand that? And the karma that you should do, which is decent, falls under three categories. Duties that you must do every day. Duties that are incumbent upon you on certain occasions. And the activities that are prompted by your own personal selfish desires. This is the large division of the entire work possibility in all living human beings. Karmano hyapi bodhavyam, you must know what is the true karma, dignified activities that are noble, cultured activities. Bodhavyam cha vikarmanaha, you must also know what are base and low actions that I must avoid. Akarmanascha bodhavyam, also you must know which is inactivity. Gahana karmano gati, it is not easy for you to judge whether your actions are right or wrong. You have to be very careful and analyze and understand it. So karma, the classification of karma, all potential activities of all human beings are being classified. Life itself is action and inaction. Action itself comes under two categories. Actions that you must do and actions you must avoid. The actions that you have to do fall under three categories. The obligatory duties of every day that you must do. There are special duties on special occasions and desire-prompted activities. The nitya karma and naimittika karma, the daily duties and the special duties on special occasions, together is called obligatory duties, niyata karma. Having expounded thus the various types or families into which all actions fall, the teacher says,
Karmanya karmaya pashyet. Karmanya karmaya pashyet. Akarmani cha karmayah. Akarmani cha karmayah. Sabuddhiman manusyeshu. Sabuddhiman manusyeshu. Sayuktah kritsna karma krit. Sayukta kritsna karma krit.
karmani akamana yah pashyet. He who recognizes in karma while doing action, he who recognizes inactivity and in inactivity, he who recognizes the highest activity, such a buddhiman, wise man, who has realized such a state, is among mankind the noblest and the highest yogi. It looks like a corn. Corn means, that the Buddhist groups have got such stunning statements which makes you open your mouth. Listen carefully. The sound of clapping your hands with one hand. Huh? With one hand, how can you clap? Listen carefully. The sentence looks, that's something I must do. And at the end of it, it is not an action at all, because with one hand you can't clap. Koan, it is called. A statement that stuns the mind and intellect, and that is the moment when they realize the highest. This also looks like a chain of contradictions. In karma, he who can see akarma, meaning no action. So to see inaction in action and see action in inaction, such an individual is a man of realization. What are you talking? Inaction, Buddha under the tree. Any socialist seeing it would say that such rascals should not be fed. They are unnecessarily eating the social money or the wealth or the food in the country, because the fool is not doing anything. He is sitting quietly because he is not physically doing. In that inaction, to recognize the highest activity of quietening the mind and realizing the highest. Similarly, men who have realized the highest, even when they are working 18 hours a day, he is not acting at all. Actions spring forth from him. Think. It is his will that expresses through him, not his personal egocentric selfish activity. He who thus recognizes action in inaction and total inaction even when the most vigorous activities are going on, such an individual buddhiman, wise man, who has been able to realize that center, such a center in themselves, manusheshu, among mankind, sayuktaha, he is the yukta, self-controlled, completely quietened the mind, the yogi. Krishna Karmavid, he is the one who does all activities in the world, good, bad, indifferent, for the benefit of the society.
Yasya sarve samarambhaः
Yasya sarve samarambhaः
कामसङ्कल्पवर्जिताः ज्ञानाग्निदग्धकर्माणम् तमाहुः पण्डितं बुधाः.
The same idea put in another words. Yasya sarve samarambha. Yasya, he whose all undertakings, samarambha, arambha beginning, samarambha well started. He whose all endeavors or activities, all undertakings Kama, desire. Sankalpa, any purpose. Kama sankalpa varjita. An individual, whatever actions are doing, there is no desire fulfillment, demand of a desire fulfillment in his mind. There is no particular purpose, planning to reach which such individuals work. Meaning, he in whom there is no ego or no egocentric desires. He is an empty reed. He has a body, mind and intellect, but it is no more functioning as it used to function when it was an ego, when there was an egocentric individuality in it. Since he has no desires and activities, meaning he has no vasanas. All his vasanas has been burned down in the intense heat of contemplation. He who has realized the highest, in whom all vasanas are exhausted. Naturally, therefore, there is no desire or any particular purpose to gain which, an aim to reach which he is working in the world outside. Such an individual, when he is working, jnanadagdha karmanam tamahu, that individual is called Pandidam Buddha. The wise people, the great rishis call him as real Pandit. Not one who can repeat the Vedic literature, one who can repeat all the scriptures. That is only an ordinary worldly Pandit, an erudite scholar. But one who has reached this stage, where he has not a trace of personal desire in him, nor any purpose to be fulfilled in future, and therefore he is trying to work out. Without these impediments in him, when he allows the work to flood through him, it is no more his work, no more fulfillment of his desire or purpose, but it becomes his desire and his purpose to be fulfilled. And his purpose and desire is only for the welfare of the whole world. That is why every such prophet, when he came and worked in the world, he was the perfect answer to the problems of his age. What Jesus preached and functioned is totally different from what Muhammad did or what Buddha did. Each one of them, if you analyze in the background of the history of that society or community, you will find it was the specific answer to the problems that were existed in that community at that time. There is no individuality in him. The Supreme functions in such individuals, through such individuals, for the benefit of mankind. त्यक्त्वा कर्मफलासङ्गम् Tektva, having given up, karma bhala asanga. Not karma bhala, not the reward of the action. A burning hunger and thirst to get at the result of the action. Sangha, attachment. Extreme attachment. Attachment is I plus I want. No such feeling that I want that result. This attachment is not there. Work goes on. Result comes. Result also belongs to Narayana. Work also Narayana is doing. One who is thus working in the attitude, total attitude of Tyaktva karma bhala sangam, karma bhala, action, result of action, sangha, attachment. Without any trace of attachment to the results of the actions. Nitya triptaha. Why is it that he is not attracted by the result of action? He doesn't need it. He is eternally tripta, contented in that experience divine. Nirashraya. You and we are depending upon many things for our life's happiness. The height of the pillow onwards. Is it perfect? If the pillow is a little low, could not sleep. A little high, could not sleep. I must sit in my chair only. I must have my spoon only. Everybody, we are depending upon my wife, my children, my house. And we are depending upon all these things for your comfort and happy living. See? Nirashraya. Here is one who is depending upon nothing in this world. The world has become redundant. As you are, to you, all toys are redundant. You don't want to gain anything with the toys. Not so the children. But you don't want anything. Nirashraya. One who is depending upon nothing, depending entirely upon that higher state of consciousness. Karmanya abhipravartosi. Even though he is engaged more than 18 hours a day in all kinds of activities in the world. Naiva kinjit karoti saha. He is not doing any work. Doing any work means it doesn't create any vasanas, which in its turn push him more and more work. Work just comes and goes out. He is such a master when he is working in the world outside. It is nothing but a grossification, an embodiment of his own infinite love with the world outside.
Nirashiryata chittatma.
Nirashiryata chittatma.
Tyakta sarva parigraham.
Tyakta sarva parigraham.
Shariram kevalam karma. Kurvannapnoti kilvisham.
An individual who is nirashi, he has no asha, expectation. He is not expecting anything to happen in the future period of time. Expectations are always for the future. I am expecting my friend to come. I am expecting that amount to come. I am expecting this profit to come. Isn't it? Expectation belongs to the future. He is expecting nothing. Nirashir yeta chittatma. One who is chittam, with the mind, yatam, controlled all the sense organs. So he is not expecting any happiness from the outer world. Right in the present. One who is not expecting a happiness in future to gain. No asha. He is not expecting any happiness by embracing and hugging the objects around. In the present. Eda chittatma. Tyakta sarva parigraha. All that he had gathered and possessed in the past, in the hope of getting happiness, he has no more any interest in it. All of them have been left. One who has given up all possessions. Just as a grown-up child gives up all the marbles that he had collected, the matchbox, what is that? Matchbox? Cards. Collected, the stamps collected, These are all a great crazy thing at a certain age. Afterwards you throw it away. You call your younger brother and say, you take it. And the younger brother cannot understand. Can I take it permanently? He asks him. If you don't want it, throw it in the garbage. And he runs to the neighbor children and then say, my brother has gone off the head. Would you believe it? He gave me this whole thing. To him it was a great treasure chamber. But to the grown-up boy, it is good riddance of bad rubbish. Isn't it? In the same way, an individual who has no more any sense of possession of what he has already got, he who has no more interest in hugging the world outside and gaining out of it a pleasure, who is not looking forward to in expectation of a happiness in future, meaning he has no more any vasana for the sense objects. He has already reached infinite bliss and beatitude. Such an individual, shariram kevalam karma, he does work merely by the body. His mind and intellect is not involved in it. Mind and intellect is involved when there is desire and agitations. He has no desire, no agitations. Shariram kevalam karma. This body does the work. And who is doing the work? Narayana does the work through him. For the benefit of all. Shariram kevalam karma. Kurvan, doing such, performing such actions without ego and selfish desires, no attachments or sense of possession. Such an individual, when he is acting in the world outside, kurvan na apnoti kilbisham. He never creates, gains any kilbisham, sin. Any sin means any vasanas in him. It is neuter activity. It doesn't create either plus or minus. Such an individual does good actions, it doesn't gain any goodness in him. If he does bad actions, it doesn't touch him. He is immaculate. The actions in the outer world cannot affect him anymore. Edrichālāva santuṣṭhah. Such an individual, how will he live in this world? What about his food, clothing, shelter, the bare minimum needs of life? Edrichālābha santuṣṭhah. He is completely contented with whatever he gets, unasked. He has not got a demand. He is not going and asking. Whatever comes to him accidentally, anybody offered him, and he finds that it can be useful to him, he accepts it. If it is unnecessary, he rejects it. Edrichālābha santuṣṭhah. Dvandvatitaha. He is no more in the grip of joy and sorrow, success and failure. These are the convulsions of the mental level. He is no more in the mind. The mind has been transcended and therefore he is no more affected with the ups and downs of life. Dvandvatitaha. Vimatsaraha. He has no envy with anybody, no sense of computation. That man has got it, therefore I must get it. Let him have it, poor fellow. I have not got it, never mind, it doesn't matter. Whether I have got the world of objects, emotions and thoughts or not, I am the richest. Because the infinite bliss and beatitude is my nature. So vimatsaraha, without any envy upon others who have got something. We feel the envy only when we wanted it. We could not get it. You got it. Naturally, therefore, he should not enjoy it. I must get it out. If I can't get it, at least he should not enjoy it. It's called envy. Here he has no need for these toys of the world. He has already reached the total and complete and absolute contentment with the experience divine. Samasiddhava siddhauja. Now he has undertaken a work. Whether it is successful or failure is still equal. One who is equal in both success and failure. Siddhi, successfully fulfilling the project. Asiddha, not able to fulfill it. It doesn't make any difference to him. He keeps on doing karma for the benefit of the world outside. Siddhava siddhaucha kritva vinana badhyate. Even though such an individual keeps on doing work, that work never binds him because no vasanas are created in him. Gata sangasya muktasya Gata sangasya muktasya, one from whom all sangha attachment is washed away. Attachment I and I want, washed away. Ego and egocentric desires are all washed away. Muktasya, one who is liberated from the entanglements and persecutions of sense organs, mind and intellect, who has awakened to the higher state of consciousness. Muktaha, the dreamer, he becomes muktaha, liberated from the dream sorrows when he wakes up. Similarly, this individualized entity living persecuted by the BMI and teased by the world of OET is our destiny at this moment. One who has liberated himself from these entanglements of matter, Prakriti, such an individual, one who is liberated, jnana avastita cetasa, whose mind and intellect is well established in the direct experience of the knowledge absolute, the true knowledge of the self. Jnana avastita cetasa, cetasa, the thoughts and feelings. Mind and intellect together is called cetas. It is well established in the direct, continuous experience of that infinite self, which is the higher state of consciousness. Yajñāya acharata karma. And he keeps on doing work. For what? Yajñāya, in the spirit of yajña. For cooperative endeavor, for the benefit of all. No selfish desires. For the benefit of all. In order to fulfill the needs and demands of our great rishis and saints and sages of their past, to revive and revitalize the people, to make them understand that they are not a victim of the world outside, but they are the masters of the outer world. Yajñāya jarata karma samagram praviliyate. All his karmas become dissolved away, meaning leaves no footprints. Where is it? Somewhere Shankara says that such people's karmas are like the footprints of the birds in the air. Birds in the air has also got foot, but even though they are moving, there will be no footprints left. It is you and I crawling upon the surface of the earth that the footprints are left. Those who are living in this way, their karma is never caught up. The karma bhala will never catch them up. He leaves no footprints in the sands of time. Brahmarpanam Brahmahavihi.
Brahmagnau Brahmanahutam. Brahmaiva tena gantavyam. Brahma karma samadhina.
Last week I had a dream Very interesting. It is Ganesha Chaturthi, dedicated to Lord Ganesha, son of Lord Shiva. And I don't know, a life-size silver Ganesha on the altar. All the puja patra, the ritualistic vessels, all silver. In silver tambal or big vessels, beautiful fresh flowers of different colors, plenty. I and my wife, after a bath, wearing silken dress, fresh, new silken dress, I was sitting and doing the puja, worship. Ganeshaya Namaha, Vigneshwaraya Namaha, Parameshwaraya Namaha, goes on. And I am doing the 1,000 names of Ganesha. By the time the 1,000 flowers have been offered, the Lord is almost buried up to the neck in different colors of flowers. Hi. Lamps, kuttu burning everywhere, all silver. It's all a beautiful divine vision there. My wife, wearing a beautiful Kanjivaram sari, meaning unnecessarily costly sari. And she is wearing it, and she is helping me, because the Stree must be touching sometimes at a certain time of the worship, must touch the shoulders of the husband who is doing the puja. She is Sahadharmacharini. She is an equal yoke fellow in the path of dharma. She is a companion in the path of ritualism, in the path of religion, living the life of religion. Right. So then she was there behind, and whatever that is necessary for the puja, she gives it as a nurse gives the right instrument to the doctor while he is in surgery. And the puja is over. The Sahasranama Archana is over. The worship of the flowers is over. And the last item is Karpura. The camphor is lighted and it is shown to the Lord. When I was doing that, na tatra suryo bhadi na chandratarakam nema vidyudo bhadikuto yamagni tameva bhantamanu bhadi. I stopped. Why? In between, she suddenly thought that the agarbatti was not burning, and therefore she stepped on by my side to the front and tried to light up the joss-sticks. There was a small lamp next to me. That flame caught up the sari. And this costly sari is burned quickly. With a vengeance, just to tease you. It started burning all over. When I saw that, I removed everything, and the rest of the mantra I never chanted. I tried to quieten it and tried to roll her and tried to see that the fire is put out. She was screaming, and she's a huge one, it won't be turned. I was trying to turn her. In that effort, my silk dhoti also got fire. And the whole thing is fire. In screaming, I got up from my sleep. Now tell me, what was it that I saw? Who was I? Who was my wife? You both were only mind. Your own mind became you and your wife. Good. And who was the flowers? Your own mind became the flowers. And who was the Ganesh? My own mind. Who chanted? My mind. Who worshipped with the flowers? My mind. There is nobody else. My own mind became me and my world and all activities. When will I know it? Not when I am dreaming. The moment I wake up. No explanation is necessary. I need not quietly get up and go to the other room and see whether my wife is safe or not. Or when I wake up, I realize that luckily I never had a wife to get burnt. Think. Everything is ended. Only one waking mind. My one waking mind itself became the subject, and the endless varieties of objects in the dream. Today, as a limited ego, you are seeing a world of plurality. And you, the subject, the body, the mind, the intellect, the physical, the mental, and the intellectual personality. The moment you wake up to that state of consciousness, you suddenly realize that I, the individuality, and my world of plurality, all merge and become one with Brahman. From this standpoint of the self, this stanza is written. Where he says, Brahmarpanam, offering, all my offerings are to Brahma. Brahma Havihi, Brahman himself is the ghee that I offer. Brahma Agnau, where am I offering? The fire also is Brahman. Brahmana Hutam, and to whom am I giving? To Brahman. My own mind, lifting my mind as flowers, or chanting my mind, chanting, and I offer it to whom? To my own mind. Similarly, the fire is also in the Vedic culture, Vedic ritual. Brahmarpanam offered to Brahman, by the Brahman. The very offering, the oblation itself is Brahman, and given it to Brahman. Brahmaiva tena gandavyam, by this action, where are you to go? To go to that Brahmic state, that supreme absolute state. Brahma karma samadhina, one who is constantly doing this Brahma karma, the spiritual path. This constantly keeping the mind that there is only one without a second. All the plurality are a disturbance of the higher state of consciousness. Ultimately you come to realize that one infinite essence. Now, as I said to you earlier, the concluding verses of the 3rd chapter, the teacher said the subtler realms were indicated. That when you are identified with the mind, the sense organs and sense objects are controlled. When you are identified with the intellect, the mind gets controlled. When you identify with the highest reality, all these equipments are definitely under your own control. You go beyond that very same idea. In the 3rd chapter it was said from an intellectual standpoint, as a bit of information. Here the teacher points out that a mere intellectual understanding is only at best an information. That is not sufficient, but in order to translate it into your life, there must be the emotion of devotion. In the Vedic period, the devotional path is rituals. Rituals, the yajnas. So all these ideas that you said is talking in terms of yajnas. Some people invoke the devas, the mighty phenomenal forces, because that is what they want. They want at the physical level some comforts, and those comforts can come only from the world of objects, and therefore they invoke that. Money, power, position, status. More powerful people in the society are being called for parties and keep them in your pocket. Their daughter's marriage, you go and give them big gifts. Your daughter is exactly like my daughter, so I felt that and I must give. It's all because why are you giving that gift? You have to do something, get something done by these people. These are mighty people in the society at this moment, and therefore you do it. Some people does invoke the devas. Devas, men of might and power, wealth and position. Yogina paryupasade, brahmagnava bale yajnam. Others do the yajna in the Brahman. This is the supreme reality. I am offering all my vasanas in it. And invoke His grace for the welfare of the society or my home. Yajnana ivopa juhari. Others offer that very yajna that they are doing to the Lord. The puja or the worship you do, and at the end of it, Narayanarpanam sarva. You take a little water in your hand and through the thumb you pour it out, saying that, "Oh Lord, even this noble act that I have done, I am offering it to you."
Shrotradirindriyanyanye
Shotranindrayanyanye
Samyamagnishu juhvati Shabdalin vishayananya Indriyagnishu juhvati
Others, they don't have fire outside, but they control the sense organs in such a way that the sense objects or stimuli do not reach the mind to disturb it. Others control the mind in such a way that it doesn't go leak out through the sense organs into the world objects. Mind is disturbed from two sources. Everybody's mind. One source of disturbance is from outside. The sense organs report. There goes a beautiful girl. Here comes the smell of something beautiful to eat. This music I am hearing. Thus these sense stimuli coming into the sense organs are reported to the mind. Mind gets disturbed. If that is not so, you are going in a cave in the Himalayas where utter silence is there, let us say, and no objects are available around to tempt you. Even then, your mind will run. Why? By the memory of the past experiences and the desires that you have got still will push the mind to the sense organs. The sense objects may not be there, but you start reliving the sense enjoyments that you had in the past. The desire in you subjectively will push the mind out. When both these are controlled, the mind becomes steady. That steady, pure mind is the vehicle for contemplation. This is to be created not by mere intellectual knowing, but there must be a touch of devotion to the Lord. When the mind in devotion turns to Him, both these Shama and Dhamma, these are the two technical terms. Dhamma is controlling the outer world and the sense organs. Shama meaning the mind rushing out into the world outside. Both these are quieted and the mind becomes very pure. And these are all described as various yajnas. Thus in these few stanzas, 4 stanzas, 12 yajnas are being explained. All of them are what we have already been told, that you must live in self-control and quieten the mind. Sarvanindriya karmani Sarva, all, Indriya karmani, all activities of the sense organs, seeing, hearing, smelling, tasting, touching. Similarly, all activities of your instruments of action, speech, hands and legs, genital organ and the anus, all their activities also, cha apare, some others, that is the path that they follow. To quieten all activities of sense organs of perception and action, physical transactions with the world outside, Atma Samyamayo Agagnav, in the fire of self-control, they jihvadi, they offer it. Meaning, all these actions are quietened by the spirit of self-control. Jnana Deepite, this fire of self-control, how will you develop it? Jnana Deepite, kindled by the jnana, the contemplation. Kindled by contemplation, in the fire of self-control, all activities are offered as an oblation, offered at the altar of the divine, and thus they quieten their mind. Some people.
Dravya yajna tapo yajnaha.
Dravya yajna tapo yajna.
Yoga yajnastatha pare.
Yoga yajnastatha pare.
Swadhyaya jnana yajnascha.
Swadhyaya jnana yajnascha.
Yataya samshita vrataha.
Yataya samshita vrataha.
Till now about 6 different kinds of yajnas have been advised. Here you are in one chapter, a stanza, he indicates other yajnas, other 6 yajnas. Dravya yajna, where you are offering into the fire the various oblations, material oblations. Dravya yajna. Tapo yajna, your own penance is what you are offering unto the fire of knowledge. Yoga yajnascha. Some others practice yoga, asana, pranayama, and controlling the entire sense organs. This yoga also is practiced as an offering unto the Lord. Swadhyaya jnana yajna. Swadhyaya, swa-adhyanam. Adhyanam, study. After having heard from the teacher that hearing itself is not sufficient, thereafterwards each student, swa-adhyana, he has studied by themselves until those ideas become well assimilated by the individual. These assimilated ideas are the ideas which will help you in your contemplation seat where the books are not there available. So swadhyaya, swa-adhyana, to read the text that you have heard from the teacher by yourself. Swadhyaya jnana yajnascha. Jnana yajna is the name in which these Gita talks are going on for the last 30-40 years. Jnana yajna is a word coined by Vyasa. In the Bhagavad Gita we find it. Yajna meaning sacrifice. Jnana yajna, sacrifice in knowledge. What do you mean? As a result of the study of the scriptures, some fresh ideas and healthy values of life, knowledge of certain healthy values of life rise in you. Into that fire of knowledge, all the old dilapidated false ideas that you have been living till now are thrown and burnt up. Meaning, the process of growth. Merely by acquiring more and more information, you don't grow. The information you have gathered must be made to practical use. In the light of the new knowledge that has risen, We must be able to renounce and burn up all the old, dilapidated, false values that we have been living till now. By merely knowing that the smoking is bad, the smoker cannot give up. Having understood the smoking is bad, he must practice it, or he must put forth the effort to come out of the embrace of the old habit. Then you can say that his knowledge has improved him. It is called jnana yajna. The new knowledge, jnana, into the fire of that kindled new fire of knowledge, we throw up all our old false values and thus give up the old method of living and evaluating life and take up to new creative ways of living is called jnana yajna. Yadaya samshita vrataha, firmly established in their vrata, in their vow, they uncompromisingly live this spirit of self-sacrifice.
Apane juhvati pranam.
Apane jihvati pranam.
Prane panam tatha pare.
Prane panam tatha pare.
Prana panagati rudhva.
Prana panagati rudva.
Pranayama parayanaha.
Pranayama parayanaha.
The word prana is misunderstood first by the Germans, and later on it has spread all over the country. German thought that prana means breathing, because in Patanjali's Yoga Sutra, under the title of pranayama, yama meaning control, pranayama controlling the prana, and the exercises given are all controlling the rhythm of breathing. So the poor German thought prana means breath. So pranayama means breath control. Carefully pronounce it. I have heard in 100 places in platform, pranayama birth control. You understand? Because a breath, to say it, little effort is necessary. If you carelessly talk, you will say the birth control, birth control. Breath control. Breath is not prana. In Sanskrit there is a definite word for it. The inbound and outflowing breath, shwasa, shwas. Shwasa, breathing in, uchwasa, breathing out. Shwasochwasa is breathing in and out. That is, shwasa is breath, prana is not breath. But they misunderstood because all exercises of controlling the prana is regulating the breathing rhythm. Prana is expression of life through your body, mind and intellect. All activities of life is called prana. That is why the idiom came, his prana has gone. He has breathed his last. Means all physiological activity stopped. Thus in Vedanta Shastra, the main pranas are main manifestation of life in a living body are 5 in number. And these 5 are the 5 systems of physiological systems in the physical body. Prana, Pana, Samana, Vyana, Udana. Prana taking in Apana excretion, samana digestion, vyana circulation, udana the ability to think something higher. These are the expressions of life in the living body. When the body becomes old, time for leaving, all these activities become very slow. Why? Packing has started. So digestion is slow. All grandfathers come and sit down where grandchildren are eating. Ayo, you people are not eating. When we were young, we used to eat. And he can't himself eat anything except khichdi. So vicariously he enjoys eating. He sees all the youngsters eating and then he goes on looking and his mouth also moves. That is all that he can do. Excretion becomes constipated, old age. Circulation is not there. The grandchildren develop their muscles by massaging the grandfathers. Circulation is not all right. All activities become dim. Indriya, sense organs activities, long ago ends. Even at the age of 40, 45, the books start going away from you. When the whole length of your hand is not sufficient, then you start keeping your glasses. A little old, you can't hear. Try to talk to your grandfather, then you will understand. Any amount of saying, he can't understand. And after some other 3-4 times you said that your great-grandchild's marriage is coming, your blessing is necessary, somehow or other, as if he has understood. And then he says, you are right, nowadays no rain at all. What has rain to do with the grandchildren's marriage? They can't understand. Intellectual ability goes. Emotional ability goes. All become weak. Why? They are packing. And one day the life goes, prana goes means all activity cease. So prana is not breathing. Prana means all physiological activities which are the expressions of the touch of life in the living organism. Now, all these prana and apana. Prana, generally translation is the in-breathing, taking in the breath. Apana, excretion, breathing out. That is a very limited application. Prana in its highest and the largest meaning, everything that you and I take in, we eat not only by the mouth, but we consume through the eyes, ears, nose, tongue, skin. Through all sense organs you conceive, you receive things. Reception of the external stimuli. Having received it, there is excretion. Excretion, not only urine and fecal matter. Don't understand that way. Anything that is going out of you, meaning your responses. So prana and apana, meaning life's activity of receiving the stimuli from the outer world and responding to it. This transaction between you and the world outside is the expression of life. Now the teacher says, apane jikhvati pranam. So then, in apana, in your, response, you offer your receptions. The receiving the stimuli should not disturb you in your responses. It must end there. Not to memorize what you have experienced or seen. Pranam, prane apanam cha apare. Others are the opposite. They end their responses in the very perception. Meaning, this perception and response naturally goes around. Don't take it to heart. Don't try to remember all those experiences. They come and go. Learn to steadily attend to the higher state of consciousness. Pranapanagati rudhva. By controlling this prana apana activity, the perception and the responses activities, pranayama palayana, they are called those who are practicing pranayam. The bringing the rhythm in breathing is one of the methods. But actually the control must be all extrovert expressions of life. An individual who is controlling the sense organs but allowing the mouth or the tongue to eat, overeat, he is not a pranayami. Everything must be controlled. Why? The attempt is to quieten the mind and its activities and try to understand the spring of life. Pranayama palayana. Those who are pursuing the path of pranayama, such people do it.
अपरे नियताहाराः
Apare niyataharaha.
प्राणान् प्राणेषु जुह्वति
प्राणान् प्राणेषु जुह्वति
सर्वेऽप्येते यज्ञविदः
सर्वेऽप्येते यज्ञविदः
यज्ञक्षपितकल्मषाः
यज्ञक्षपितकल्मषाः
Apare, others, other than those who are practicing all the other 11 of them, apare, others, niyata ahara. They very carefully look after their diet. Don't close that meaning very only in food they control. No! In all their contact with the world outside, seeing, hearing, smelling, tasting, touching, feeling, thinking, in all the activities of the sense organs, the mind and the intellect, reveling in the world of OET, in all of them, niyatam ahara. They don't allow all things rubbish to come in their mind. The spiritual student's mind is a private sitting room. It's not a public institution that any passing guy can, without knocking, enter. Your mind is, at this moment, a public convenience room. Anybody can come. Think of it. But a yogi is one alert. He doesn't allow everybody to come. He asserts that this is my private place. He allows people to come whom he chooses. You understand the... Thus those who are controlling the reception of stimuli, emotions, thoughts, pranan praneshu jihvadi, naturally, he controls his prana with his prana. He doesn't allow everything to blast into him, joy or sorrow or success or failure, the sense objects and their dancings and their exciting joys in the outer world. They are enchantments. He screens them all properly. He has got a security guard of discrimination right there at the gate. Neither, so he is pick and choose what he must contact. Pranan praneshu jikhvari. Sarve piyate. All these various 12 yajnas that we have announced, indicated, yajna vidaha. Those who are pursuing the yajna, they are pursuing a disciplined life. And that discipline is practiced with a sense of worship and adoration. And yes, adoration, as in the yajna spirit. Yajna kshabida kalmashaha. By practicing these yogas, please very carefully understand that whatever be your practice, however noble and great it may be, your sadhana may be, the Supreme is not the result of your sadhana. The Supreme is all the time there. Have you ever attended an unveiling ceremony? A big institution, foundation laying, it's not that huge foundation, the building is already built. Then there is a plaque there saying that so and so and this such and such a date opened this building. That is generally covered with a curtain or screen. And the opening ceremony is you pull a string and then it will open. Really, at the last moment, when you pull, it will not. Then the president from one end and the secretary from the other end with their hooked finger, they will move it. This is all. It's called unveiling. It was veiled, you did not see it. But behind it, it was already there. Similarly, the Lord, the infinite consciousness, is already in you. But it was veiled by the agitations of sense of mind and intellect, the thought wall. When this thought has become quieted, when the thoughts have become quieted, that which was behind the thought revealed itself. All your yogas at the body level, karma yoga, the emotional level or at the emotional level, devotion, or the intellectual level, the study of the scriptures and contemplation, all these are various methods by which we are exhausting the vasanas and quietening the mind. Antakarana shuddhi, purification of the heart, is all that we are practicing. Religion only purifies the mind. So here particularly he indicates that all these yajnas, in a spirit of worship, when you are learning to reorganize the lifestyle of your mind and intellect in this world, and take to a healthier way of contact with the world outside, alert and vigilant, not to fall into the trap of the charms and enchantments of the world outside. By this alert process, you are only liquidating your vasanas, quietening the mind. Kshabita kalmasha. The kalmasha, the sins become kshabita, reduced. These vasanas get exhausted because you are working without ego and egocentric desires. Therefore, existing vasanas get exhausted, no new vasanas are created. 179th time. And the mind becomes relatively quiet. Quieter the mind, greater the contemplation. Greater the contemplation, more and more the vasanas die away. When vasanas die away, the mind becomes quieter. Quieter the mind, greater the... Thus a chain is created. Kshabita kalmasha. The mind becomes purified.
Yajñashishtamritam
yajna shishta is a term that already come in the 3rd chapter. After the yajna, what is left over, which is equally shared by everybody, as what would we call it? The Jews call it as blessed food. What do you call it? No. Prasad is kosher food. You see? Meaning blessed. The Catholics get that biscuit in the mouth. Right? It's not just a biscuit. Here it is substantial thing to eat. And so it's better to be always a Hindu so that at least prasadam is solid. Kada prasad. Now, what I meant was that what is left over after the yajna, these 12 yajnas that have been said, is as a result of it. What is the result? What is left over? The pure heart. Because the vasanas get exhausted. Whatever that is left over, yandi brahma sanatana. Those who have come to experience, enjoy the fine result of all these disciplined life, which is undertaken in a spirit of worship. Not a harsh discipline. As a result of it, what is the result? The purification of mind. When the mind is purified mind is always in a state of contemplation. This power of contemplation is essentially in every mind, but today that it cannot be expressed because the mind is preoccupied with the world of OET. Brahma Sanatanam Nayam, and he gives you a universal law. Now, I am Loka. Even in this world, you cannot gain anything great without the yajna spirit, isn't it? Without sacrifice, what can you gain in this world? People strive without the spirit of sacrifice. They never gain anything substantial. Without self-effort, nothing can be gained. All these yajnas are self-effort. Don't sit down there and say that the Lord is in my heart, He will guide me. If not today, tomorrow, He will not do it. He will not interfere with your life. Because He has given, according to the Constitution, full freedom for man. You may make your life or break your life. Make or mar your life. You are free. Even if you want to damn your life, the Lord will help you. Oh, you want to damn? Okay. If you want to make your life, He will help you. But the choice is yours. He will not interfere. That is the difficulty with our God. He gave us too much of freedom. If only He has interfered with us, as He interferes with the animal. Animals never do anything harm. In the sense that they are guided by, led by their nose, by their own instincts and impulses. Nature desire. They have got a breeding season. Man has got any breeding season? Any breeding time? No. 24 hours, 365 days, breeding time. Hey, He has given the freedom. Why? You have got a discriminative intellect. You will think over and live the right life. And if you are at a certain period of history, people are forgotten to how to use that intellect and not thinking and thoughtlessly live in permissiveness. Every moment from morning till evening only in lust and lust. Lord has to protect you. now and then send some aid. And that he had to send aid, and the aid has come. Overnight, everyone became quiet. Isn't it? Nobody dare think about it, because each one is afraid of the other. Who has got aid, we don't know. Think of it. By a moral law, by a civil law, it could never have control. It's gone to that extent. Nature had to help us. And here you are. Think. So all these yajnas, what we are talking, controlling the sense organs, controlling the mind and his emotions, controlling your responses to the world outside, controlling your acceptance of the world outside, the reception of the external stimuli, the perceptions, all these are self-effort. So if in case you refuse to work the field that has been opened up in front of you, that is what Arjuna was doing, wanting to go to the Himalayas and sit down and meditate, without doing the purushartha, self-effort, you cannot gain anything. Even in this gross outer world of material success, it cannot come without your self-effort. Nayam logosya ayajnasya. One who is not ready to do yajna, one who is not ready to make the sacrifices, one who is not ready to put forth his intelligent effort in the right direction in order to achieve a goal, he cannot gain anything, even in this world. Kudonya Guru Sattam. Hey, best among the Guru family, Guru dynasty, hey Arjuna, how can he ever gain anything in the spiritual world? It is not an accident that an individual awakes to the higher state of spirituality. It is the result of self-effort. And that self-effort is that which has been described in these 12 yajnas.
एवं बहुविधा यज्ञाः
एवं बहुविधा यज्ञाः
वितता ब्रह्मणो मुखे
वितता ब्रह्मणो मुखे
कर्मजान् विद्धितान् सर्वान्
कर्मजान् विद्धितान् सर्वान्
एवं ज्ञात्वा विमोक्ष्यसे
एवं ज्ञात्वा विमोक्ष्यसे.
At this time Arjuna gets a doubt. When there are very many paths, the roads are made to go in different directions, to reach you different destinations. Here there are described for me, for my benefit and edification, 12 different yajnas. Will not they all take to 12 different destinations? Think? No. All roads lead to Rome. Though each road is starting from a different standpoint, different point, going in a different direction, but all of them merge and reach out to Rome. In the same way, though apparently different paths have been prescribed to suit the temperament of the student, all of them are different ways of reaching the peak. The ultimate goal is one and the same. With supper you go to bed. Another individual, even without a dinner, he goes to bed. One sleeps in the silken bed. under mosquito curtain in an air-conditioned place in a palatial hall. Another fellow very tired, he lies down on a bench in the railway station when trains are hooting and running all around. The fellow knows. Once you reach sleep, whether you are in a palace, silken bed, or in the railway station, naked floor, the experience of Bethlehem is one and the same. It's a state of consciousness. Thus, paths may be many, but the goal is one. Yogas may be many, but the destination is one. Religions are different, but the ultimate experience divine is one and the same. An experienced, spiritually experienced Christian is one with an experienced Islam, or a Buddhist, or a Hindu. Ultimate destination is one and the same. They approach their different ways, according to the national temperament of the people, according to the environmental pressures that are on them, historical period, all these all these shatters of our mind, the various paths have been advised, but ultimately when you reach is one and the same goal. Evam das bahuvidha yajna. Very many different paths, vitataha, lie scattered, brahmano mukhe, at the gate of supreme reality. To the citadel of truth, there are very many paths. All converge at the main golden gate. You follow any path. It's all absurd saying that, can devotion take me? Can prayer take me? Can pranayama take me? Every path that has been advised to you are advised by the great masters who have walked the path. They are not bluffing. They are all honest to truth. You proceed. You reach. From San Francisco to LA, can I go by the beachway? Yes. By the seashore, you go. Or by the mountain, you go. Both of them, two different roads, and therefore must be reaching LA and LAB. There is no LA, LAB. There is only one LA. Both the roads will take you to the same destination. Then why the two roads? According to the taste of the people, let them go. Some want the sea breeze, others want a little effort. Because in the beach road, it's all straight and therefore you can sleep while driving. On the mountain road, if you sleep, we shall come there to pick you up. Is it? So some people like that, an effort, turning, and it is scenic, and therefore they enjoy it. But it all depends upon who are all with you. So that when the motor association, when you phone up and ask them, which road do you recommend? Because they have got all the information, whether the road is under construction or not, whether taxpayers' money, your money is being spent there or not. Therefore we inquire, and that lady on the other side start asking stupid questions. Are you going all alone? What the hell do you want to know that? I may be taking my secretary with me. What do you want? No, sir, I just, please help me, sir. Are you going alone? No. Are you going with your wife? My dear woman, don't insult me like that. I am going with my wife. Sir, how many children do you have? Now that woman, why do she wants all these information? I have got 3 children. Sir, can I know what is the age group of theirs? One is 7, other is 5, the other is 2, and the latest one is not yet arrived. You understand? In that case, I will strongly recommend you take the beach road, I mean the seashore road, the plain road. What do you mean? Yes, sir. Children are there. The wife is pregnant. All of them would need comforts en route. More petrol stations gas stations are there en route. So you can stop and comfort them. Or else, in the mountain road, it is difficult. Therefore, since you have got all these people to be satisfied, you take this road, isn't it? Hey, if there is only one road, there is no question of asking. If there are 2, we make inquiry. Here are 12 different paths have been advised. What should I follow? According to your temperament. If you think that sense organs controlling is that will quieten the mind, do that. If you think that your responses are to be controlled, do that. See? Thus, these are different paths, all taking to the same goal. But the common factor is karmajan vidhitan sarvan. All of them are karmaja, born out of karma. All of them are essentially rooted in self-effort. There is no path saying that by only declaring. I am regularly going to church. By saying that, nothing will do. What are you doing in the church? In the church, I look at the watch when the sermon will over. Why? So that I may go. My girlfriend will be always waiting there. And then you say that I go to church, but nothing happened, nothing will happen. You are not there. You are not doing the purushartha, the self-effort necessary to quieten the mind and reach out to the higher. All these yajnas or paths of worship are all essentially oriented with your own self-effort. Sarvan evam jnatva vimokshase. By knowing this, you will be putting forth the right effort. Don't say that it will happen by itself. It will never. It is an evolutionary struggle. You have to evolve, for which your total involvement and right effort is necessary. Even sleeping. Should you not try to sleep? When people say that I can't sleep, what do you tell them? The patient, try to sleep, please. So long as you are trying, you are not sleeping, isn't it? And yet, you say, try to sleep. I am struggling to sleep. So long as you are struggling, you are not sleeping. Once you reach sleep, there is no more a struggle. But that state of sleep will come only when you put forth the right effort in quietening the mind. Thus all these are oriented with activities. Self-effort. And without self-effort, nothing can be gained. Even in this world you cannot earn, much less in the higher climes of spirituality. Shreyan dravyamaya yajnad. Shreyan dravyamaya yajnad. All your sacrifices, all your worship with the other things, like candle, offering candle to the Lord, offering fruits to the Lord, the Hindus, offering flowers to the Lord, offering silver leg, hand, eyes. You can't bribe the Lord. You may do it out of love. But He is not going to bless you because you gave Him gold. He has no need for gold. In fact, all gold that you have got are already His. And you loot from Him and give Him. When did you make a gold? Gold was in the nature, isn't it? It's the Lord's own creation. But we think that by giving that, the Lord will be happy. Oh Lord, give me that, I will give you 2%. In the market, nobody will touch you with a barge pole if you say that 2%. Who wants 2%? Nothing short of 20, 25, even 30%. They won't even lend their ears to you. But to the Lord you can cheat Him. Because He never replies, is He? Sir, 2% yours. Give me that million. That million, that contract, if I get, 2% yours. Huh? That's weak commerce. Does commerce at the altar of the Lord. Whether you are a Hindu or a Christian or a Muslim or a Buddhist, it is everywhere the same. That is no the way to read. Shreyan Drivyajnad, the sacrifices or the offerings and the worship that you do with the things, more nobler than that is Jnana Yajna Parandapa. O great soldier, great warrior, scorcher of your enemies, please understand that the external physical worship is much less in value than to do it in your mind and intellect involved. Jnana Yajna, contemplation. It's a story that a king, a great devotee of Lord Shiva, he ordered to be built a great temple. And the temple was built. And on a certain day it was announced by astrologers, the most auspicious day, the auspicious moment when the Lord is to be invoked there, in the altar. Installation of the idol. So the Lord, the king meditated the previous night and requested Lord Shiva, sir, you must come. You know that I am building that big temple and then tomorrow is the time. When he said, I am sorry, you are too late. I have already accepted another temple. I have to. He said, another temple? Yes. Who is building it? Where is it? So he told the village. And he told the name of the person who is building it or who has built it, and he has requested me, and I have to go there. I have accepted. I am sorry I can't be in two places, and therefore, please. The king sent out all the soldiers. Make inquiries. Who is this great man? Who is building a temple greater than mine? And the Lord is himself coming up. They went there, they could not find in the village any temple. So they all thought that the king has gone some dream. But they had to, because of the order of the king, they went on inquiring until at last, what is his name, I forget. He was a beggar, sitting on a tank, in a water tank, on a step in one corner. And he built the temple mentally, brick by brick. And mentally he created the idol of Lord Shiva and requested him, "Sir, you please help me a little to lift it up." Meaning, mere physical activity is not as sanctified as your mind's involved. In all our prayers is only physical. I go to the church and watch who are all come, who have not come. Mere physical level religion. True religion is at the mental. So jnana yajna, the sacrifice in knowledge of our wrong values, is any day nobler because it is running at a subtler level of our personality than dravya yajna. The yajnas only by mantra chanting and offering oblations, etc., is only a mere physical show. Jnana yajna parandava. Sarvam karma akhilam partha jnane parisamapyate. Why do you say so? However noble your actions in the physical world be, selfless, egoless, true devotion, you are doing it physically outside. In all such actions, the noble actions, good actions, you are creating positive vasanas, punya, virtues. And as a result of it, you will have to again go to heaven and enjoy the rewards of those noble actions. So you are again creating vasanas, whether noble or ignoble. Think. Since you are creating noble vasanas, nobler worlds of experiences, you have to go and exhaust them there. But in the jnana yajna, you are giving up everything. By your knowledge of the experience and knowledge of the higher reality, these are dropped. It is not an act. Therefore, there are no vasanas created. Sarvam karma akhilam partha. All actions good and bad. All actions good and bad meaning all actions with ego or without ego. Jnane parisamapyate. When you come to that state of awakening, all of them have ended. They have become impotent. Once you wake up from the dream, all the activities of the dream has become impotent, meaningless, pitiless. Thus all karmas end. Karma that will create in you good and bad impressions. All karma end when you have exhausted totally the ego and selfish desires. Vasanas have been purified, and with a purified mind you have merged into the new dimension of consciousness. All karmas have ended. That is nobler path than dravyajna. But in the beginning we can only do dravyajna, practicing it. Ultimately, when the mind is purified, you must apply the mind to the higher state of contemplation.
तद्विद्धि प्रणिपातेन
Tadvedhe pranipadena
परिप्रश्नेन सेवया उपदेक्ष्यन्ति ते ज्ञानम् ज्ञानिनस्तत्त्वदर्शिनः
to go to a church and offer a candle the temple and offer them coconut. These are all everybody knows. When you say that the contemplation, I don't know what it is. What am I to contemplate upon? You say a higher reality, the Lord in your heart, but who is He, what is He, where is He, when is He, what? Nothing I know. Worship is easier. How am I to know it? The teacher says, Tadvidhi, that higher reality, come to know about it, Arjuna. And you cannot know it now because your mind is turned outward. Through your dravya yajna, the external sadhana, when you have quietened the mind a little, purified the heart a little, then you go to a teacher and try to learn what is that highest reality and how to reach it. And how am I to get that? Tadvidhi, come to know of the higher reality. Pranipadena. Don't go to a teacher and say, hey, teacher, teach me Vedanta. What is Vedanta? No. By prostration. Prostration doesn't mean a mere salute, mere physical act. It's the act that has got a significance. That I surrender myself to thee, sir. Pariprasnena, and mentally, intellectually ask him questions. Don't go to a Mahatma and say, hey, Swamiji, I have come. What do you want? For darshan, I have come. Darshan means to see you, I have come. You go to the Mahatmas and say, go to the zoo. Why do you go to the zoo? To see the animals, full stop. And in India, the crowd is too large, and therefore all of them cannot come into my room, and therefore they stand on the window and look. I have a very good first-hand information and experience of what the monkey in the zoo must be feeling. Because the people stand outside and watch. And then they bring something to eat. Fruits, nuts. And then they sit down near me. Swamiji, thoda khao na. Eat a little. What do you want? No, I want to see it. Similarly, you go to the zoo and throw peanuts. Why? To see how the monkey is eating. This way to go and say hello. I came to say hello to you. Very good. Hello. You go. You say hello and I say hello. See? To call hello I came. This is not darshan. You go there to ask questions. You never will visit a doctor in his dispensary during office hours and say, yes, doctor says, what can I do for you? Nothing, I just came to see you. Wasting my time, wasting the precious time of other patients. Will not that doctor kick you out, even if you be a great friend of yours, of his? Nobody goes to a doctor without he goes there and he says that this is my trouble, and the doctor understands it and gives him the prescription and goes away, isn't it? A lawyer, a very busy lawyer, you go there and try to talk to him. No, you don't do it. A businessman, you go there and disturb him in the business. No, it's never done. But the Mahatmas, yes, Swamiji, Why have we come only just to see you? As if his time has nothing to do with, has no preciousness, no value. No, when you go to a teacher, you must pariprasnena, totally, exhaustively ask questions. The doubts that you have got in your mind. It is to clear the doubt that you are going there. Pariprasnena sevaya. Thus 3 methods. Prostration, which is a mental attitude of surrender. Pariprashna, intellectually try to understand the Shastra that you have already studied, but you have not grasped the real inner core. You ask him and discuss with him. And sevaya, physically do service to the master. Now, master doesn't want a service. It is we who need that service. Why? Only when I serve the master, my devotion for the master increases. Newlywed, they don't know what love is. But when they have lived 20 years together, she serving you, you serving her, slowly the love increases and intensifies. The 3 stages. There must be already a path of devotion, a spirit of devotion in you, prostration. Thereafter, that is emotional. Thereafterwards, at the intellectual level, I must ask questions and clear my doubts. And at the physical level, I must learn to serve him. Pariprasnena sevaya, upadekshandyate jnanam. In that case, the master will give you advice of the jnanam, of this higher state of knowledge, and how to reach there. They will advise you. Jnanina tattvadarishinaha. Who? Those who are jnanis, those who have already reached there. Tattvadarishinaha. Those who have direct experience of that reality. Such masters will clearly advise you the path. But if you have not prepared your mind before, the poor teacher cannot help you. You apply in NASA to do research. And they ask you, what are your qualifications? Drop out from high school. Drop out from high school, what work will you do in NASA except cleaning the place? They will say that we have got enough cleaners here, we don't want it. You can't do research unless you are MSc or BSc and you have already done some research in another laboratory. You have got a concept of it. Then only the highest institute of technology will accept you as a student, isn't it? In the same way, if you go and dash into your teacher and say, come on, show me the path, they contemplate, I want to learn meditation. This is a craze nowadays. Swamiji, let us meditate. I have no objection, because I can go into meditation. But what will you be doing? You will sit there and do meditation with a spelling mistake. With M-A-D, meditation. Why? Your mind is wandering everywhere. You are not prepared. It needs a lot of preparation. Thus the teacher points out that if you approach the teacher of real wisdom, he can guide you to it if you have already prepared for the flight. Yajnatva. Why do I want to go to a teacher and learn of the highest and then strive to in contemplation, come to experience it? What am I going to gain out of it? It's a profitless effort. Now the teacher says, Yajnatva, having once gained this, punaha, there afterwards, moham evam na yasyasi. You shall never come into this delusory state of self-confusion as you have now come, Arjuna. At this moment, you are looking at the world and the problem from your egocentric standpoint. Hence you got confused. They are my people. How can I kill my people so that I may get my throne? And how can I enjoy in the throne my wealth when my people have died? I. You got confused. Rise to the higher level and look at it. There is no problem in the world. You are creating yourself the problem. Your point of view is wrong. Whenever you look at a problem as your own ego, from the egocentric standpoint, it will confuse every ego. Nobody can stand apart from it. Once you have awakened to this reality, no more can this world of plurality confuse you and reach you in this state of helpless coma, hysterical coma, into which you have sunk, Arjuna. And Vyasa was, Yena bhutanya sheshe. Why? Because it is a different level of consciousness. Just as in the dream, while seeing the dream, you may get persecuted by the dream sorrows. But the moment you wake up, the dreamer and the dream world that confused you all merge and disappear in the waking state. In the knowledge that I who thought myself to be the dreamer is myself the waker. In the same way, the ego and the ego's world of confusion all get merged in the higher state of consciousness. Your problem will no more be problem. And once having reached there, it being timeless, permanent, eternal, immutable, never can again you crystallize an ego in you and project a world of confusions for your own sorrow.
अपि चेदसि पापेभ्यः
अपि चेदसि पापेभ्यः
Sarvebhya Krittamah
सर्वेभ्यः पापकृत्तमः
सर्वं ज्ञानप्लवेनैव
सर्वं ज्ञानप्लवेनैव
वृजिनं सन्तरिष्यसि
वृजिनं सन्तरिष्यसि.
Even though we have now got all the knowledge necessary to start spiritual life, none of you will ever start spiritual life. Because each one of you have a feeling that the poor Swami, because I came for the camp and I attended all the classes, he has a misconception that I am an honest and spiritual student. He doesn't know me. I am such a rascal, such a great sinner. I have done all the crime. You, in one flash, you remember all the mistakes that you have done. And thus my mind is a leprous mind, full of ulcers, bleeding with pus and blood, the stink of my immoral and vulgar activities. I am a great sinner. This is not only for Catholics reserved, but to all human beings this feeling is always there, that I am useless. And everyone feels that All the others are good people, lucky people. But I am what to do? Swamiji, you should have come 20 years ago. 20 years ago I was a good person. But the last 20 years I have made so many compromises. Today I am a sick person. And I dare not enter the spiritual path. I cannot proceed spiritually. Spiritually, how am I carrying all this load of sin come to face the Lord? This is the stupid feeling of all people. Krishna is removing this eternal doubt of man from the heart of Arjuna. Api ched, now, ched, in case, api ched, chedasi papebhyah sarvebhyah papakrittamah. Even if, in case, you are the greatest sinner, among the sinners, the noblest sinner. First in the university of sinning. Even if you were that, jnana plavenaiva, by the boat of jnana, the knowledge, direct experience of the higher, samtarishyasi, you can cross over them all. Hey. In the dream you raped or looted or plundered or set fire to a whole village or murdered your own kith and kin. In the dream. The moment you wake up, is there a fool who sits down and says, what a sin I did? You have gone beyond all sins. Why? You understand that all those activities were because of my suppression in my mind of an anger to the family, and therefore in the dream I destroyed them all. It's a fact that you destroyed. It's a fact that in the dream you regretted what you did, and in that sorrow you are weeping. It is a weeping. It is at that time you woke up. Tears are still in the eyes for the weeping. But the moment you wake up, have you not gone beyond all the sins of actions done and perpetrated in the dream? Why? The dream state of consciousness has been left and you have awakened to the waking state of consciousness. In the same way, from the present state of PFT, state of consciousness, when you awake to the higher state of consciousness, even if you were the most wicked, evil-minded, wretched guy in the world, you cross over all those vasanas, all those sins, samdarishyasi. Because there you are merging with that immutable self, who is immaculate, who is ever the same. None of the activities, good and bad, of the body, mind and intellect has affected him. When you awake into that state of consciousness and become one with it, just as the dreamer, when he wakes up, he realizes that I am the waker, and the crimes that you have done in the dream, the disease that you are suffering in the dream, are all left. In the same way, jnana plavena, by the direct experience of reality, which is the boat with which you can cross over even oceans of sins that you might have done. Samtarishyati.
यथैधांसि समिद्धोऽग्निः
यथेधांसि समिद्धोऽग्निः
भस्मसात् कुरुते अर्जुन
भस्मसात् कुरुते अर्जुन
ज्ञानाग्निः सर्वकर्माणि
ज्ञानाग्निः सर्वकर्माणि
भस्मसात् कुरुते तथा
भस्मसात् कुरुते तथा
Just as in a fireplace, yatha indhamsi, fuel, chunks of wood, you may put them into the blazing fire of the fireplace, the fire will burn it down into white, soft ashes. And from the ashes, you cannot conceive what it was before. And fire is such a purifier that even if there is a TB patient and even his spittoon, you throw it into the fire, fire will purify it. All the garbage in the world can be put there in the fire by its touch will purify it. In the same way, just as the fuel is burnt into white ashes, bhasmasat kurute Arjuna. Hey Arjuna, it becomes bhasma, ashes. In the same way, Jnana-agni, in the fire of that new dimension of consciousness that you experience, in that fire of knowledge, sarva karmana, all the consequences of the good and the bad actions in the past, all the vasanas. Bhasmasad kurute tadha, all of them becomes pure ashes. That's the reason why Christians on one day in the year, you put ashes on your forehead, don't you? One day. One day you become Shiva Shiva. Hindus, they put ashes, 3 lines every day. Why? Shiva wears it. Shiva is represented as one who is constantly in contemplation, in meditation. He has nothing to do with the world of BMI, PFT, OAT. He has withdrawn and rolled up his consciousness and he is identifying himself with the highest in himself, in the high peaks of the Himalayas. He represents man in the seat of contemplation. Such an individual who is constantly in state of contemplation, what is his decoration? Think? A wristwatch, a chain, and the shirt with the buttons open so that the chain may be seen. A beautiful shoe, wonderful pant, great t-shirt. To a man of perfection, his glory is that he has burnt away all his vasanas. What all these vasanas? Sattvic, Rajasic and Tamasic. Good, bad and indifferent. Therefore the 3 miles made ashes. That is the beauty and glory of the man of perfection. He is neither good nor bad. Whatever action he does, there is no new vasanas are created. He has burned up it all in the jnanagri, in the fire of knowledge. This idea is symbolized in Shiva's third eye. He also, the man of perfection, also has got the two fleshy eyes to see what you and I are seeing. He sees the world as it is, but he has also got a private eye, a detective private eye, through which, even while seeing the world of plurality, he recognizes the striding beauty of the Lord of the universe, who is the substratum of the whole universe. Isn't it? Even though you may be seeing 1,000 bulbs burning of different colors and different shapes, did you see through in and in through of the lights that it is all the play of electricity by your knowledge? Will you stand there, wonder how the stars have come down? You know there is all electricity, don't you? Similarly, the man of perfection who has already awakened to the higher state of consciousness, he sees with his physical eyes the physical world, but he also sees with his jnana eye the presence of that mighty reality. Hence the picture, so beautifully described in words, that the Lord in seat of meditation, in that final ecstasy of bliss and beatitude, he gets up and dances. Man dances when he is happy, whether you know dancing or not. Everyone dances. When a sudden news comes of which you loved it so much, you expected so much, but you had no hope of getting it. But suddenly you hear that you got it. Whee! You jump and hit the ceiling. Generally the ceiling breaks, not the head. You don't know dancing, but when a sudden influx of joy, extreme joy comes in the mind, you dance. Thus the Tandava Nirtya of Lord Shiva. He dances. As he dances, he suddenly recognizes the world of plurality, enchanting. And he remembers, these are the devils and the rascals who caught me up so far in my delusion. He becomes angry. Think, he opens his third eye. When he looks to the west, the whole west names and forms are burnt down. To the right burnt down. To the north, to the south, to the east, everything is burnt down. Destruction. Burnt down, only ashes. And suddenly he remembers, who is the one who enchanted me thus and disturbed me till now? How is it that for millions of years I remained in this delusion of a limited ego? Who? Uma, Haimavati, the daughter of Himavan, his wife Parvati. Immediately comes, now he knows. Whenever a husband is really angry, however terrible your wife be, she surrenders. Parvati comes and prostrates to him. Oh Lord, I did all these things to entertain you. I never thought, Maya, the confusion, the mind. I did it all to entertain you. I never knew that you are getting caught up in them. It's not my fault. And I have served you all these years when you are in tapas. I cooked your food, washed your lingoti, your underwear, because that was the world he was wearing. I looked after you. I never disturbed you in your meditation. I helped you to contemplate. Therefore, forgive me. The master, who is this Parvati? Your own mind. He looks at the world of plurality, and that plurality world burns down. No more names and forms. He recognizes the infinite self everywhere. But he doesn't destroy the mind. Because this is the mind and intellect that helped me to learn my spiritual and my scriptures, understand what my teacher said. And it is with this vehicle that I realized it. Therefore, he is forgiven. Parvati was forgiven. Mind was forgiven. Because this mind is necessary for the man of perfection to serve the world. He could, at that time, look at the mind. Mind is also blasted. He immediately merges with the highest reality. But he leaves the mind. A mind that has been trained all his lifetime in yoga, which will not dare again to captivate you. With that pure mind, he serves the world. He who is a saint, a sage, a master. Okay? So when you are doing vibhuti, ashes, it is not ashes. It is ashes of not of cow dung ashes. It is the ashes of your own old tendency, which you have burnt down in your new understanding. The same idea so beautifully explained. Just as fuels are burnt down to ashes, anything put into the fire burns down. The touch of fire purifies everything. Similarly, that experience divine, when you go and jump into the lap of God and sit down, you are totally purified. The old you burn down. God alone exists in God. Thus, all these ajnana, the world of plurality that you have perceived, bhasmasat kurute tadha. All of them are burned down, bhasmasat, as bhasma, as ashes. All of them are burned down.
Nahi jnanena sadrisham
Nahi jnanena sadrisham
pavitramiha vidyate
pavitramiha vidyate
tatsvayam yoga samsiddhah
tatsvayam yoga samsiddhah
kalenatmani vindati
kalenatmani vindati
Nahi jnanena sadrisham. Like the direct experience of reality, jnanam, knowledge, not knowledge, information, but actual experience, awakening to the higher state of consciousness. And knowing that this is the self, I was not ever the mere limited ego, but my true nature is self. Thus, having awakened, pavitra mihavidyade. Nothing like this direct knowledge can there be with us for purifying ourselves? Purifying means quietening the mind. Even in attempts at contemplation, the vasanas are exhausting. As vasanas exhaust, the rush of desires and agitations reduce. Quieter the mind, purer the mind. When the mind is pure, or more and more pure, the contemplation becomes more and more steady. In steady contemplation, more vasanas exhaust. Until at last, the last of the vasana has been dissipated. Therefore, no more selfish desires and mental agitations in you. The mind and intellect has no function. It is at that time that I, who thought myself to be conditioned by the BMI, awakes to realize the pure self. So the pure self, or the attempt at realizing the highest through contemplation, is the most powerful purifier. Purifier of the heart. Purify means quietening the heart. Tat swayam yoga samsiddha. And this cannot be imparted to you by anyone. The Guru cannot give it to you. Swayam samsiddha. Each one will have to develop it and gain it by himself. Swayam, apne aap. This cannot be communicated by anybody. It cannot be given to you. Music. A great musician's son. Now the musician cannot give music to him. What he has earned through music, he can pass it on. But the talent in him, he cannot. He can give him training, he can advise him, but he will have to cultivate it in himself. In the same way, wisdom cannot be transferred. Informations and knowledge can be transferred, but the wisdom, the direct experience, each one will have to get it for himself. Thus, by your own personal effort, yoga, practice, contemplation, samsiddha, those who have purified their mind sufficiently, kalena, in time. It's not that immediately, the moment you contemplate, you realize it. Slowly, slowly, just as you compose yourself and in time you glide into deep sleep, from one plane of consciousness to another, in the same way, kalena, in time, Atmani Vindadi gains the experience of a total self.
श्रद्धावान् लभते ज्ञानम्
श्रद्धावान् लभते ज्ञानम्
तत्परः संयतेन्द्रियः
तत्परः संयतेन्द्रियः
ज्ञानं लब्ध्वा परां शान्तिम्
ज्ञानं लब्ध्वा परां शान्तिम्
अचिरेणाधिगच्छति
अचिरेणाधिगच्छति.
In order to gain this great knowledge, it is not sufficient that you purchase the books or you study the books, that you know the language. You have got a great amount of diction, words and word meaning. None of these things can take you to the direct knowledge. Shraddhavan labhate jnana. You must have Shraddha. Shraddha is faith. Everyone in the world has got belief. But a couple, almost a couple or 4 or 5 people has got faith. Very few have got faith. Every one of us has got belief. Even the atheist has got belief in something beyond. He may not accept it as God, but he will have to say a supreme intelligence is behind the universe. Because he did not make this universe, nor did his father or his mother. It was here. And even his great-grandfather and father and grandfather and father, all of them came, played about, and disappeared. The question again comes, who created this universe? And every aspect of the universe is extremely scientific. Nothing happens in this world by accident. Everything is connected with cause and effect. When thus everything is so precisely ordered, and those orders and laws are precisely and strictly administered, there must be a wondrous wisdom behind it all, a great knowledge, a mighty intelligence. Thus everybody has got belief, but not faith. Belief is emotional. I believe in God. It is emotion. Emotional belief will break when more than one or few tragedies come one over the other. Your business going down, your partner wants to separate, your wife sick, son had an accident, 3, 4 tragedies together come. All your belief oozes out. Thereafter you enter the prayer room and reach the altar not with the folded arms, palms, in prayer, but your palm is on your hip. You are going there to ask a few direct questions to the Lord. Oh Lord, have I not prayed every day to you? Have I not offered milk and butter to you? How is it that you have not been able to protect my family, my business? Your belief breaks. You may even throw away the cross, the crescent, or the Krishna, the symbol of the Lord whom you have been worshipping and adoring. You throw it through the window. In another 1 week's time, wife is all right, business is picking up, partner doesn't want to go, things have become normal. Then the belief comes back again. You go and search where you threw it away, pick it up, wash it with your own tears. Lord, never test me like that. I am an ordinary man. In your test I broke down. It is always like that. Belief. On the other hand, if it is a faith in you, the faith that moves mountains, the more lashes from the outer world comes to you, the more you hold on to what you have faith in. So believe every one of you have got. You have to develop it into a faith. How will you do it? Belief, Vishwas, when reinforced with understanding, it grows to become a faith. I believe in communism is one thing. I have faith in it is totally a different one. If it is only a belief in a political ideology, the moment the police or the FBI comes, he says, no, I am just a student, that is all. you compromise. But if it is a faith in a philosophy, the more you are crushed, the more you hold on to that faith. Carefully. You must have faith in the higher reality. How will I get it? By the study of the scriptures. Scriptures are the only textbooks that expound the nature of the reality. And with that understanding, when it becomes clearer and clearer, your belief grows to become a faith. Shraddhavan labhate jnanam. One who has mere belief in the Upanishads or in the scriptures is not sufficient. It must become a faith with you. Therefore, the entire mind as well as the intellect gets involved in the search. The search is possible only after seeking the knowledge. At this moment you are studying the Bhagavad Gita, you are seeking what the reality is. Thereafter comes your faith, your search for the reality, and the search cannot be steady if your faith is not strong. Shraddhavan labhate jnanam tat paraha. Nothing in the world is so sacred than that in which you have got the faith. Samyatendriya, one who is well brought under control the sense organs. Sense organs controlled means mind in devotion turning towards. The intellect has got the Shraddha, the faith, born out of his own understanding. Jnanam labdhva param shanti. When thus both the mind and intellect get involved in the contemplation, with exclusively the emotional and the intellectual nature in you is turned its attention, their total attention to the higher, exclusively, without even a trace of the mind wandering into the outer world. You awake, your mind becomes more and more quiet. Quiet mind is called a shanti, peace. This peace slowly grows with the intensity of silence of the mind until at last, when the mind is transcended, you reach that state which is indicated in the Bible as the peace that passeth all understanding. You reach to experience a great wealth of peace. Achirena adhigacchati, ere long. You cannot say how long it will take. You can't guarantee that 2 months of meditation will reach you there. You cannot say how long is necessary, because nobody knows what is the mountain of vasanas that you have got. While you are contemplating, they are being burned down. But one of you may have a hillock of it. Another may have only a small heap of it. The heap will be burned down quicker than the hillock. The hillock will be burned down quicker than a mountain of vasanas. How much is the vasana in it? Nobody knows. But you practice on. Ere long means soon enough. You shall exhaust all the vasanas, and the mind and intellect transcended come to experience that infinite bliss and beatitude, infinite peace in you.
Ajñascha shraddhavanascha samshayatma vinashyati nayam lokosti na parah na sukham samshayatma
Ajñascha, one who is ignorant of the higher reality, he is living upon moment to moment this change, this world of change. Ajñascha, ashraddhadhanasya, and one who has not cultivated and developed in him a firm faith in the higher. Firm faith meaning belief reinforced with understanding, knowledge. Who has not studied the scriptures? Who has not listened to the teachers? Ashraddha, who has not developed in themselves this total involvement and conviction of the higher reality. Such an individual, samshayatma, naturally, at every moment you have got a doubt. Doubt, doubt. The doubt is an expression of ignorance. If I know that, there is no doubt. None of you have got a doubt whether you have got a nose on your face. Have you got a doubt? Then I can oblige you to show that there is a nose. One punch on the nose, Swamiji, what have you done? My nose. He will start complaining. Every one of us know that. It is not a question of, there is no ignorance in it. And wherever there is ignorance, there will be doubts. Ajñascha ashraddhadhanascha. One who has no faith and is full of ignorance, natural effect is that you have got a lot of doubts. Samshayatma, and such an individual, vinashyati. He comes and lives here, no doubt. Eats and grows fat. Maybe live comfortably, luxuriously. Plenty of sense objects around. But he never moves an iota in his evolution. He lives like any other animal. Breeds and grows old and dies. Samshayatma, one who has got ignorance, has not cultivated the faith in the higher reality, and naturally, therefore, they are constantly in the throes of doubts. Such a confused mind and intellect cannot rise into this essential state of peace and bliss. Vinashyati. In fact, Nayam Loka, even this world, you cannot live successfully and happily in this world if you have not got faith in yourself, faith in what you are doing, or faith in some great ideal. One who is constantly doubting is called a lunatic. Even while walking, he sees a small little stone, he lifts up his pant and carefully keeps the leg on the other side. You ask him, what is the matter? No, I have got a feeling that that stone may trip me down. No faith. He can't apply for any job, he has no faith in himself. He can't go for an interview, he has no faith in himself. Such an individual can't even successfully live, peacefully live in this very same world. Nayam logosti. This world is not for him, meaning he will not be able to make use of it. Na paraha, nor the higher world. Na sukham, he knows no happiness. Why? He knows no peace. Peace of mind is called happiness. He knows no sukha. He may have wealth. He may have wives. He may have children. Name, fame, recognition, power, position, status, all these he may have. The only thing he has not got is no sukha, no happiness. Why? There is no mental peace. Such an individual, samshayatmana, one who has got this doubting, constantly doubting. Doubts arising out of your ignorance and lack of faith in anything. Such an individual perishes in the world, meaning he is never put one step on the spiritual path or proceed in their knowledge, in their spiritual unfoldment. I am loka. This world also he cannot enjoy. All the time he is doubtful. Doubtful of his own father, mother, brother, sister, neighbors, friends, relations. Everywhere doubt. I think is. Where is peace in the mind? And when there is no mental peace, where is joy?
Yoga Sanyasta Karmanam
Yoga Sanyasta Karmanam
Jnana Sanchinna Samshayam
Jnana Samchinna Samshayam
Atmavantam Na Karmani
Atmavantam na karmani
Nibadnanti Dhananjaya
Nibadnanti Dhananjaya
Yoga Sanyastha Karma. All your karmas, the past vasanas, these are called karma because this is the end result of all karmas. Karma is encounter of the BMI with the world of OET. When your body, mind and intellect encounter situations created by the world of objects, emotions and thoughts, this contact is called physical, mental and intellectual activity. Karma. In every contact with the world outside, in every action, the end result is a tendency created in you, positive or negative. Good action creates positive tendencies. Bad action creates negative tendencies. Positive tendencies create a peaceful mind, self-congratulatory mind, and negative vasanas, sins, always create agitations in the mind. Here the teacher now points out, yoga sanyastha karman. He who has sanyastha, renounced, rejected, exhausted all vasanas through yoga. Whether it's karma, bhakti or jnana, it doesn't matter. Lifting yourself from the ego and egocentric desires and attuning with the higher reality when you are acting in the world outside. The existing vasanas get exhausted and thus yogasthak, ever fully established in yoga, tuning yourself, yoking your attention, physical, mental, intellectual to the higher, when you are acting on in the world outside. You are acting without ego and egocentric desires, and therefore the existing vasanas get exhausted. Yoga sanyastha karmanam. Through yoga, when you have given up all your karmas of the past, jnana samchinna samshaya. That is the time when you get the direct knowledge of the higher. In the light of knowledge, all samshaya, all doubts will end. At the intellectual level, there will be always doubts. Never can you give up doubts. Intellect can never conceive that idea. All the arguments in the scriptures of the world are only to turn the intellect in that direction. The more you study, the more will be your doubts. To doubt is the main function of the intellect, to question. When you've got a doubt, means you are questioning. That is the function of the intellect. So at the intellectual level there will be doubts. It is only when you awake to the higher reality, when you come to directly experience that higher self. Samchinna, samshayaha, all doubts have been cut asunder, broken into smithareen. Atmavandam na karmani. And naturally, therefore, at that time, you are no more at the PFT level because you have gone beyond the M and I. You have become Atmavandaha. We have become one with the Atman, the self, the higher state of consciousness. Jagradvandaha. One who has awakened from the dream becomes of the wake-up. Similarly, when from this lower level of egocentric idea, when you have transcended the BMI, you become Atmavandaha, of the nature of the Atman, the self. Na karmani nibadhrandi dhananjaya. Hey Arjuna, is one of the titles of Arjuna is Dhananjaya. Such an individual, karma cannot affect him, because he will be thereafter doing karmas without ego and egocentric desires. He is no more the doer. Not me, thou, thou, thou. Not my will, but thy will be expressed. Such an individual, when he is acting in the world outside, the karma cannot bind him because he is not conscious of his sense of individuality. In fact, my friends, even while sleeping, in a king-size bed, the couple is sleeping, but your man is a restless sleeper. He moves and kicks, and that is his nature. And therefore he lifts his knee in sleep. And that knee, when it kicks on your ribs, anybody will wake up. Even your wife will wake up. When you wake up, you are so painful is the kick, you get angry. You look at him. What are you doing? The fellow look at his face innocently. And what can you say to him? Why? There was no kartrutva bhava. There was no sense of I am doing. Doership was not there. Daytime, try it. See? You will be in a criminal court within a week's time. But when you are sleeping, if you happen to kick your wife, meaning if you want to kick your wife, sleep. Why? Every one of us know that while sleeping there is no sense of individuality in him. Even though he has done it, we forgive him. In sleep he has done what to do, poor fellow. It is his nature. It's my mistake that I went and slept in that bed. I should have gone away so that the fellow will roll and kick the wall. I mean, that is his nature. In the same way here, when you have tuned up with the higher, there afterwards, even when you are doing karma, you are not affected by it. Karma floods through you, but it never leaves its footprints on you.
तस्मादज्ञानसम्भूतम्
Tasmadajnana-sambhutam
हृत्स्थं ज्ञानासिनात्मनः चित्वैनं संशयं योगम्
चित्वैनं संशयं योगम्
आतिष्ठोत्तिष्ठ भारत
आतिष्ठोत्तिष्ठ भारत
Tasmad, therefore, the concluding verse, Tasmad, therefore, ajnana sambhutam, born out of your ignorance of the higher nature, the non-apprehension which created a misapprehension, so the world of plurality, ajnana sambhutam, hristam, that which is in your heart, in your mind, what? This confusion that you have got in your mind. Jnanasina, asi, the sword, with the sword of direct knowledge. The ignorance of the Atman, you are not able to apprehend at this moment directly with your intellect that state. Because of that non-apprehension of the intellect, the mind is projecting the world of plurality. Because you are not able to recognize the rope as the rope, you misunderstood it as the snake, and the snake gave you all the sorrows. Jnanasina chitvainam, cut asunder. With the sword of knowledge, cut asunder. This confusion in your mind, created by your non-apprehension, ignorance, by your direct knowledge, cut it asunder. By knowing the rope as the rope, end the serpent. Jnanasina. Samshayam, this doubt, I am samshayam, this samshaya, this doubt, should I act or not? Can I function or not? Is it not nobler for them? Is it nobler for them to win over us, or is it nobler that we must win over them? Because they are Dhritarashtra's children, my own first cousins. I don't want to destroy them. This kind of a confusion that has risen in your mind. Cut it asunder by the direct knowledge of the higher reality. Samshayam. Yogamadhishtotishta bharata. Established in yoga, established in contemplation. Uttishta. Get up. Get up from this confusion. From this state of consciousness, wake up. Get up doesn't mean that from the floor of the jeep, floor of the, not jeep, chariot, to wake up. It's not that. Wake up. You are now dreaming of a world of plurality because you don't know that one infinite reality which is yourself, your own true nature. Come to apprehend that higher state and come away from this state of impotency due to the confusion created in your mind.